Ahoy, land lovers. It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you here. It's good to see you. We were talking about cars because Cat Dream was saying that they just bought their first car, and that's very exciting. And it reminded me. It's been a while since I've told the story of why I own a Hyundai Sonata, and it might be of interest. So, this story takes place the week of Tech's bachelor party. Incidentally, this story is being told on Tech's birthday. Happy birthday to Tech. I've messaged him already. He's been very busy lately, so I've not talked to him very much. But so, I was going to pick up our mutual friend, who on Twitch goes by Rogue Haberdasher, from the airport, in order to drive them back to my apartment where they were staying so that we could all go to our mutual friend Tech's bachelor party, and then the wedding. I think that was all the same weekend, I'm pretty sure. It's been a minute since I've thought about it, but I don't know how else that would have worked. So at the time, of course, I was driving the Mustang that I mentioned earlier before I started recording. And the Mustang definitely died for the eighth time. And this was God, I don't actually remember where it broke down. I want to say it was pretty close to the airport. But the short version of the story is that I needed to have a functioning car because I was supposed to be responsible for driving some of Tech's closest friends to his bachelor party, which involved driving up the mountains up to a place called Big Bear, and also just needed to generally be able to transport people around from my apartment to various things. The door handle come off in Rogue's hand. No. I don't think that ever happened with the Mustang. I think so. But so, near the airport, there are, a bunch of places to rent a car, which is convenient. As convenient as it gets when your car breaks down at a really inconvenient time. So I had to put in quite last minute, so I didn't really have much say in selection, but they were just sort of okay, you want a sedan because you're driving people, and you don't want a sports car because you want a sports car. And I was yep. And they're here you go, is a Hyundai Sonata. And I was Sonata, that's so funny because we mutually have history with the game Eternal Sonata, and I love to bring it up at every opportunity because I'm one of those weirdos. And so I ended up driving this rental car more than I would have driven the Mustang in probably the span of 2.5 months or something like that in a single weekend in order to drive up into the mountains and back. And I've been a passenger on the ride up to Big Bear before, and it is not a good drive. It is a bad drive. It's very nauseating and harrowing, and there's really narrow winding paths up the mountain. It's not great. Side note, the sequence of events for Tech's bachelor party was, which was first? I think we did laser tag first, then wine tasting, then drove up to a rented cabin where a bunch of us were spending the weekend preceding the wedding or something. So in hindsight, it was considered this may not have been the correct order of operations, was to have people do a wine tasting and then drive harrowing, nauseating mountain roads up to a cabin. But so like the cliff notes beyond this point are my friends were super cool because I was not excited about navigating the winding mountain roads in an unfamiliar car. But like we got through it together as a team. We were an effective team for a short period of time, and considering how much I just generally dislike driving, I was like, man, like this is a comfortable ride, and I like really didn't hate driving this a tremendous amount, which like normally has been something I would absolutely loathe. And you know, then I started looking into like how expensive would it be to get a comparable model of this car that I like, and then ultimately bought that car. And then several years passed without incident, and then I had to get a copy of my title after paying off the loan, and the company I got the loan from sucked awfully, and then the process transferring that to Florida was very bad. It was all bad. But I don't know. Thought that might be of interest since we're already on the subject of cars. Big Bear in the Big Blue House. I'm not sure I've ever seen a Big Blue House in Big Bear. It probably exists though. There are quite a lot of rustic cabin-style houses. Hey Neko, did you find Squirtle last night? You did. You had guessed behind. What's the couple I had next to me? The Donut Dragon. Yeah, Donut Dragon and Hot Chocolate Dinosaur had a Squirtle. So much before the stream ended that you woke up in time for the next stream. That's exciting. I slept so little last night that I spent most of this afternoon trying unsuccessfully to sleep, and now my biology is very angry with me. But I'm glad to have everyone here, and I think we're ready to start. You know, the title of the Roottrees Are Dead doesn't submit itself easily to being like an action verb. You know, some games you can be like, let's slay the spire. And this game you're like, the Roottrees Are Dead. Hey, this is actually kind of a fun detail. The Butler County Times. Like, if you like pay attention to this on the home screen, like, it's a decent tip to access that, I think, pretty helpful periodical in the game. I like stuff like that. Her story has some stuff like that, which is good. Let's use knife on Roottrees. Let's use knife on Roottrees. I only have 9 people locked in. There are people in this chat, they're Demolition. All the people I'm referring to are Demolition, who think it's plausible that I might finish this game tonight, and I'm very skeptical of that. Technically, you didn't eat alone? Wow. That's exciting, Kat. How do you have new car money lying around without a loan? That's crazy. Fell asleep during the last 30 minutes of last night's stream. That's probably the best time to have done it. I don't think we got a ton done. I was kind of just reading a lot of stuff out loud. Oh man, there's a bear over there, and I can't like pet it or anything. Oh, why does this game lag like this? It wasn't that hard to edit it, but I don't know why it's like this. It was definitely harder than I wanted it to be. Okay, we did a recap of like where we were at in the game at the end of last stream, because I think Critwitch was asking me like what actually we were doing. We do have a whole room. I don't know that it's like useful for anything. So let's summarize like super briefly. So to begin with, the Roottrees are dead. These folks. I don't actually know if Brenda Roottree is dead, but Carl and his 3 daughters with the names that are so offensive to me and to everyone, they died in a plane crash according to a news report that starts the game. Then we were tasked by some mysterious person whose face we're not allowed to see to figure out the family tree of the Roottrees. This is presumably because, as we've learned at some point, they have like an insane corporate structure where anyone who's blood related like shares the dividends of the company's profits every year or something ridiculous. And so we were given a list of like the most famous Roottrees, and we started digging into them. We found one who was like an actress in the 50s. We found one who was a figure of scandal, like a televangelist. We found one who was like alive in like the post World War II era, who published a book based on her diaries, and we found like a lot of information about the family from her. And a lot of the information about the family stems from why is his name not listed? Why is his what happened here? This is Elias Roottrees. Elias Roottrees like married Gwyneth Anderson, who inherited like a maple farm, and then he somehow started a candy company from that. And it was like very successful once that candy distribution went global in the like 30s. And then, you know, he had like a bunch of kids, and the family ballooned. But yeah, I mean, that's like broadly speaking a summary of like what we've got. We did get a bunch of stuff from Lauren's book that I think will start splitting things up. He's the first ever president of America. That's correct. He was the first president. It's strange that America had existed for like 150 years or something by the time it had its first president. But, you know, alternate history is weird, right? It's a heck of a thing. Just the game was set in 2001, so we could have Windows XP and 3D Pinball Space Cadet. Yeah. It would also improve the power of our search engine, which is, to put it gently, dog water. Yeah, I don't know. I think we had a king before we had our first president, like 150 years into... listen, I'm not a history buff, but that sounds close enough. All right, so let's look at some documents that are still flagged as new. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. Carl was the acting president of the Roottrees Company when he passed in the accident referenced earlier. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. CM? Everyone loves to refer themselves by initials or just by Eli because they're spiteful people who enjoy the pronoun game. Get a new king soon. No, America has no kings, is what I'm constantly hearing online. So I mean, I think the thing to do is probably do like a Google search about this. Now, how do I make notes again? This is not pudding. This is not people like directly related to the family. So it goes in the not pudding page in my notebook. So I'm gonna highlight this, and then I've never done manually type a note. What is woman's name? Stephanie Jones. Does this work the way I want it to? Save note. All right, that more or less does what I want it to do. Let's steal their faces for our macabre collection. Then let's go to the 5 pieces. Oh, heck, it's the photos of the 5 pieces all in one place? That's the name of 5 treasures on 5 Grand Lines. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. So they've given names to the various generations that the family tree has spawned since Elias and Maple Woman. The first generation are called the 5 pieces, which is like a recursive nickname for them because they're the first candy that the company created had 5 different flavors, and they were somehow themed after these 5 people, but then these people were referred to by the candy that was named after them. So, you know, which came first, the chicken or the confusing candy? This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. So this is from Lauren. So that would make this guy on the left, Clarence Do-Good Nobody. What the heck's this guy's name? Clancy Edward. I think this was the left one, yeah? The blonde guy. That's not correct. Yeah, that's right. I have him down as a lawyer. We'll assume that's correct. It's taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Modern, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Well, that's needlessly spiteful. Why not just take a second photo? Why do it like that? Hey, Keen, welcome to the stream. How did I find this game? Like, how did I come across it? I think I just originally just found a trailer out in the wild. It just like sounded like something I would play. And I looked into it just like a little bit and I was like, yeah, sure. And it helped that like while I was in the process of making that decision, there's a stream that I sometimes watch that mainly just plays the same types of games that I do, and they started playing this. And I figured I would play it, and then I would be able to watch their version of it without spoiling myself on whatever this game is. What flavor is Eye Patch Dwarf? That's such a good question. I can tell you that Eye Patch Dwarf is almost definitely Miracle. I think it's new information to me that he had an eye patch. I'm gonna save this. What is this? This is meta. So bring up 5. Put this here. Highlight that. Okay. Close this. That's all the TV there is. So let me go back to this. And I have to assume that Miracle is the Eye Patch Kid. Okay, I got 3. Miracle is such a weird thing to call your child. The first Miracle was named that because he was like a geriatric pregnancy. Like he was like super late into his parents' life. Then he named his son Miracle, and he named his son Miracle. So there's like a lot of miracles. It's annoying to me. I genuinely don't know at what point we lost Elias's name in the grid, and that probably would have locked something in sooner, but at least that's finally locked in. And we got our dad and Miracle. Okay. So that's good. We only have like 3 photos to nail down for the 5 pieces. Do I know which one in that photo is Elias Jr.? Man, I forgot that we like... Oh, we locked in Linus Cornwall just now. So when you lock in 3 actual Roottrees, it locks in any correct spouses you have, even if they're not associated to those folks. That's a little interesting. I'm not sure if I had verified that so far. We got Jane LaRue. Oh, so exciting. This must be super confusing and boring if you just got here. Hi, I'm Vasco. Unfortunately, you just missed the recap, and there's no shot I'm doing it again. But this is a game where you're meant to research a family tree with a bunch of fake documents and Google searches. It's not for everyone, but it's the sort of thing I'd play for sure. Now, do I like the search mechanic? It's not amazing. It feels like a worse version of Her Story, to be frank with you, and I feel like I'll have more to say when we complete the game if we do that. Vasco chat, what flavors would you be? I mean, do we have to choose from the ones that are in the... the modern version of the flavors are cool chocolate, rad blue raspberry, awesome apple, power plum, and so strawberry. We are told that these were not the original flavors. One of them was evidently elderberry. I'd probably be like awesome apple, maybe cool chocolate, but I don't think I'm cool enough to be cool chocolate. We have to make our own flavors. It might still be awesome apple. I like the retro computer styling. I don't have like strong feelings about it, but I'd say generally, yeah. I think you're too cool to be cool chocolate. That's demonstrably false. Elderberry is a good flavor. I don't think I've ever had elderberry, to be honest with you. Hey, you know what I don't want to look at? This photo. It has every face in it. All of them. All right, let's just capture the souls of every living and dead root tree. Real quick. You look like you tried out to be Doctor Who in the 70s. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s. Hey, I nailed it. He's definitely trying out for Doctor Who in the 70s. And Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. I don't care about that. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There's also a large number of cursive signatures, including Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson. Well, that feels important. I have no idea who that is. And there are like 5 presidents. Bring up the... This goes into meta for sure. Okay. I'm gonna be here. Oh my, there's just so many. There's just so many of them. Do not like the leftmost guy. He's definitely one of the miracles. I think that's Miracle Jr. Maybe? Goodness gracious. It's just like a lot. The free spirits. The free spirits are Laura's generation, and every time we start talking about generations, I just think of the worst generation from One Piece. And so this is, what is this? Like, oh hey, this must be Zack, because they made a fat joke about him, and he's the only heavy-set root tree. Let me steal some more souls. You fools, you looked straight into my camera. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Oh no, she's the next generation. The free spirits are like her kids' generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 Pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted that the 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. It's a weird way to say that. Only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Man, she's got such a chip on her shoulder about Gwen. And I was thinking about this since playing yesterday. And while it annoys me about Lauren as a person, I really like the way it's written as like a character study, because that feels really genuine. That leftmost guy in the last picture reminded you of Hugh Bliss. Yeah, that tracks, because he's like the same archetype. Hi, Critwitch. Didn't see you come in. Welcome back. I didn't think I'd be seeing you tonight because you did not seem enthusiastic about this game yesterday, and I think that's totally fair. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it was fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. Guess my inner child holds a grudge even after all these years. Yeah. This whole thing goes into meta as well. Very helpful. Okay, so this dude is definitely for sure Zack. Get me back to the board. So Zack is this... No, Zack is this guy. I believe that's correct. I don't know that I know who his wife is. So let me look at that again. Brothers. We clumped up in the middle. So this is them. So these three are her brothers. And then Quinn wasn't there. And Sam is present. And we know that Sam has black hair and green eyes, so that's gotta be Sam. She also looks like wistful and not involved, which tracks with what I know about Sam. So, family tree. I think that's Sam. I think Farmer is correct. Good luck to me. Imagine having such a large and close family to have all these groupings. It's alien to me, I'll tell you that. Although I will say, there is a branch of my family tree that's like this. One of my mom's sisters has, and I believe this is a correct accounting, a gabillion children. I wouldn't want to have to sort out that root tree. This game feels like a bunch of logic puzzles. Yep, that's exactly what it is, anime. Which is why I like it, and why it's definitely not for everyone. It's just one really big, huge, complicated logic puzzle that doesn't give you all the clues at once. I'm really into this, but again, this is definitely not for everyone. Okay. So how many... So this is an unknown female root tree, and this is an unknown female root tree. It's actually really interesting that I managed to like get this spouse without knowing this person at all. Hey, Miss Toasty, welcome to the stream. Wow, I'm so excited so many people came out for this. We're playing The Roottrees Are Dead. It's, as we were just talking about, it's a big complicated logic puzzle where we have to try and figure out this entire celebrity family tree after an incident killed the current person in charge of the family business. I strongly suspect that we will somehow be involved with the family, and that's why a mysterious person has asked us to do this. Demolition. Thank you for gifting several subs. Thank you very much. Welcome everyone. Have this animation. There's so many like clues. Okay, what's happening here?
It's somewhat effective.
It's somewhat effective. After some time, it returned with new sources. 70s generation and office mail. Okay, not anything particularly helpful there. Goodness gracious. There's just a lot happening here. What was the thing? Bonnie next president? I have no idea how I'd identify President Guy Hudson. There's too many Ernies and Elis and crap. I hate it. So Clark is in here, huh? I don't think I can identify Clark. If I could, I think it'd be pretty helpful. Clark is Laura's son, and she resents him for getting married after his wife died? No, it was a divorce, right? I think I conflated my perplexment with that. So the Egan's? Wait, which thing that I said relates to the Egan's? Big ominous company? Only around for the next 20-ish missions minutes because you have work tomorrow. Which means you have to be up at 5:15 Central Standard Time. Good luck with that, cat. Woof. Especially on a Sunday. So glad that people in chat got hit with the atom bomb of gift subs. Thank you, Cat Demolition. Oh, there's so many of these. Too many Elis. How many Elis are in the... Oh, no, that's true. The Egans are a little like that, yeah? Yeah. Angela. Was Angela in one of those weird pictures? I gotta get in the habit of using these hotkeys, as Demolition suggested like 24 hours ago. I feel like one of these mentioned it. So these are the free spirits, which means they are... five-piece next-gen free spirits. So free spirits are like Carl and Clark and James and whoever the heck's over here, and like Miracle the Second. No, Miracle the Third, because Miracle the Second is a next gen. Oh, and Gwen's stupid kids like Robert and Roger, who I can't find anything about. So much of this game is just like staring at what you have and then having a breakthrough. I love these kinds of games. They're typically not very good for streaming because you're just staring at stuff. It's a little like when we did the stint of Murder by Numbers. Oh dear. Its search window went away. Does it still show history? Great. Tree 5-piece generation. When it's spelled as a generation, is it 2 words or is it still 1 word? You're just not gonna be helpful. Still better than trying to rework your fusion plans for Persona 5 Royal. God, that just reminds me of all the inventory management tech and I did over the years. As a reminder, it's currently still his birthday local time, which is now also his local time, which it wasn't for many years. Alright, let me go back over some notes from the end of yesterday. Probably don't need the Lucky LaRue stuff anymore. Oh yeah, let's look up Stephanie Jones. She was in like a recent thing. Stephanie Jones. You learn from an election results page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the Roottrees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare-bones website for her campaign. It's simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, "Be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times," which would have been the next thing I looked for. Stephanie Jones. Most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. She apparently won. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her entire life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out as opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. That feels like a weird energy to bring to your campaign. I will not fight for your rights. All right, I'm going to add this to not pudding. Great. Highlight that. Put that away. Okay, so I could like look for her mom. It says her mom had been in the paper, right? Carolyn... Wait, what was her maiden name? Landon? Caroline Landon? Nothing relevant. This is outside the scope of the adventure. I mean, I'm not crazy, right? Didn't it say she had been on the cover of the Butler County Times? So, like, I'm definitely in the right paper, searching for the right thing. It seems weird for them to say that she appeared in the Butler County Times, and then I do a search for that name in the Butler County Times. It's like, you fool! Why would you think that? Let's look up Brian Jones. Brian. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones' graphic and print. The article is a piece talking about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to have not let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right, getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years. And even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks for that, by the way. Haha lol. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices at bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania. Or search for us online. Well, I was gonna do that. It's better search. Jones Graphic and Print is a company that, according to its website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames! The website lists addresses, hours, and a few examples of clients and artwork work was done for each. Stephanie Jones Campaign mailers, Roottrees Candy Company, various banners and posters. Butler County Holiday Light Post banners, Miracle Network tour flyers. That's interesting. Roottrees Motors? I beg your absolute pardon. The Roottrees have a car company? I've been playing this game for like 4 hours. I don't think I remember frames. What are frames as related to 1998 internet? Butler County School District, various banners and posters, Butler Summer Theater, posters, and set contributions for Children of Eden. You know I'm searching this useless garbage. Search for it. Children of Eden is a musical with songs by Stephen Schwartz. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston really likes it, realized it could kind of fit the timeline-wise of the game he was making, and decided to use it instead of something fake as kind of an Easter egg. But you don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. I do like the style of the person who made this game, because I'd be doing this crap non-stop. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones Graphic and Print instead of searching for Children of Eden. You should probably search for whoever was performing it. That's so stupid, I love it. But it doesn't tell me who performed it, which is interesting. Butler Summer Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. As it is not the summer currently, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999, during which we will party as though it is 1999. The website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. It's all outside the scope of this adventure. Below the cast, it lists the crew, and two things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print, and choreography by November Studios. It's really weird that that Easter egg told me to search for something that the specific page that it alluded to didn't allude to. November Studios, a local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. Let's go all the way down the rabbit hole. This is mostly as a joke. Search for ballet and jazz? Oh, darn, nothing relevant. I'm so shocked. I mean, I'm definitely led to believe there's something important to gain from Jones Graphic and Print. It's credits of a musical. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. You looked up Roottrees Motors? No, I kind of want to like figure out what's going on this page before doing that, but like I can add this to, what would this be? I guess I'll just put it on the first page. I don't know. You find a hit for Roottrees Motors on the Jones Graphic and Print website, which you've already seen. You don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, maybe they're featured other places. What are you talking about? I guess it's not a car company. It must be like a used car lot, but that still seems insane to me. Oh, cool, I'm printing something. That's usually a good sign. There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. I don't know. Is this anything? Okay. No. The answer to that is no. So now I have 3 ads. Wilkins Motors is now Roottrees Motors. We have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is we've joined a sweeter family. Funny noises, need new oil, beep boop, you might be a robot. We'll fix her up. Call the fixers at 555 Fix Her Up. Right off I-72, take exit 23. Boop. Roottrees Motors, your local family mechanic serving the entire Pittsburgh area. So it's an auto body shop then. I don't feel like you typically call an auto body shop Blank Motors. I would either think of that as a company that makes cars or like maybe a dealership. This is basically the same ad. But there's a photo of a human in this one. Tessa Roottrees. Who on God's green earth is Tessa Roottrees? It says that Roottrees Motors has been running for around a year. Also that... Okay. Gonna add this to... I mean, this is just page 1, I guess. Literally, as someone in the industry, Motors implies you sell or build cars, right? Like, that's my impression, for sure. Honestly, I think that page was meant to tell Roottrees Motors exists. But then why is there a subsequent page that tells you to, like, specifically look up who was in that, who performed that play? Like, that feels odd. I know that other thing was, like, an Easter egg, but, like, why would it just, like, tell you a lie? Like, that's not a good Easter egg. What the heck is Tessa Roottrees? Get out of here. Oh, I have so many photos. Guys, I have so many photos. I also haven't done... Oh no, I have done most of these now. I thought I had like 1 or 2 of these left undone. Not counting Miracle, who I genuinely feel like I have pretty much done. I just think I haven't technically locked them in yet. The heck is Tessa Roottrees? I guess I should just search for Tessa Roottrees, huh? Bring up my copybook. Tessa. Do like a internet search. Of course. Obviously this person doesn't exist. Do, I mean, they were in the local. Maybe they just didn't go... Would she be in something else? I'm gonna say Business Watch is unlikely, but I doubt it's Teen Blast. Red herring Roottrees. That was the first person I searched. It was a gratifying experience. There's posters. I do feel like there could potentially be something to the Jones Graphic and Print being related to the Miracle Network. I feel like I haven't quite gotten to the bottom of that, but I might be wrong. Jones graphic and print. I don't think this will help. Okay. Have I tried searching Miracle Network in the newspaper? I don't remember if I've read this already. Miracle Roottrees and his son, who goes exclusively by Miracle Jr., have appeared a great deal over the years. This is feeling familiar. Find one article mentioning legal troubles. Boy, it would be good if I could find like a legal database in this game. I don't think it would be hugely helpful, but I think it would be very helpful for specific things. Alright, notes. Some of this I really probably can clear. I mean, anything that's just about a person that I've locked in, I should be able to clear. So, I kind of thought the like Roottrees sisters would be more important long term, but I think they're really just there for the tutorial. So I'm gonna delete that. And then this is why Rahose goes by the name Rahose. I shouldn't need that. Apparently, Root Period released 2 catalogs per year. And there's one that's a collector's item, and that is like the one that had Brenda on it. Like, I don't think I need that anymore. This is credited for inventing 5 pieces. Spent his time and energy cementing the reputation as a family man. Blood is thicker than syrup. Child linked to me. His legacy. We tried looking up Bess Williams and it seemed like a dead end. Like his grandson Carl. Yeah, we already did that. I could probably delete that. I'm not gonna do that just yet. There's a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5-piece advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2. Did I try searching that in the library? I might not have. Search. No, search by Charles Lee. Of course, I have to have both the name and the title. Stupid Dewey Decimal System. Charles Lee, and hit copy. Good going. Good me. Nothing relevant was. I didn't copy 2 E's for some insane reason. Why are you like this? Very annoying. Anyway, I'm glad I revisited that. Published in 1985, History Advertising Nonfiction. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world, starting in 1925 and continuing onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, that sounds like a game mechanic. We've incorporated hindsight, making the sequel even better. The incorporation of hindsight, you can clearly see they pretty much got everything wrong. Excellent. Includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s, added to the court record. Alright, I'll take a look at that. If the game will let me, which it won't for some reason. It's a miracle. Modern candy for modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. God, can you imagine, like, selling, like, 5 pieces of candy in like a bespoke metal tin back in like 1928? What did this cost? Like $3, which was like a month's salary? How did this get popular? G is for grape. E is for elderberry. Oh, this, there might be something important here. I think this is supposed to be a cipher for the names of the kids in some way that shouldn't be that helpful. But there's a whole resource in the game for it. So I'm gonna add this to my copybook and you can't stop me. This goes into meta. Three things important here. Listen up, you busybody. That's not exactly how this works, but it's kind of how this works. This is an optional setting, by the way. You can turn this off. I don't know why that's an option. Especially since the game evidently has like a new game plus mode that sounds like super hard. G is for grape. That's good enough for me. G-E-C-E-M-M. So, one of those M's is miracle. C-E. E. So this is... God, what are the names of the stupid 5 pieces? G would probably be first. It seems like they're in chronological order. Bring me the notebook. What is New Game Plus? I mean, I think there's already what we know of, not exactly a secret affair, but I think it's kind of implied that there might be one of those toward the end of the game, in so much as there can be a discrete end of the game. But if I had to guess, I would think that they would like randomize names or elements. I was thinking about it, and I thought that like a funny thing to do would be to just name every single character Eli, and somehow you'd have to figure it out anyway. Just like really lean into the stupid joke. So Lauren is granddaughter Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was the Cosells. Did I put that crap in there? No, I didn't. That's insane. What's wrong with me? Sarah Cosell is her mom, for sure. Sure, there mentions that her father was always referred to as Pops, head lawyer, right? And made the clan's trust. Honestly, I think I can delete that now. It's clear from context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand for the different generations. 5 pieces, next gen, free spirits. Starlet has to do with Wild Bill Williams, who I finally sorted out. Oh, right. I saved this because she's the first Roottree woman to be anything other than a housewife. God, I'm glad I saved that. Because that means that you are a housewife, and that you are a housewife, and it's implied that everyone else who's a woman in this generation, if there are others, are housewives. But then Samantha's here, but Samantha's also a weird case, and I think that was written before she knew Samantha was in the family, so I think that's fine. Also, she didn't lock in, but I may only have added the photo recently. None of H's in Eli. Great point. Maybe they randomized the number of H's that each Eli has. Wait a minute. Zach was the second president. Why do I not have that written down? Isn't that right? Pretty sure that's right. Why are you not blocked? Are we considering him more preacher than media mogul? I'll leave that in for a second in case that helps. Oh, okay. I really feel like that could have gone either way. I don't think we've gotten a lot of good information to clear that up, so might as well. Perfect. Those are the 3 I would have expected to lock in. Very good. And we locked in Sarah Cosell. Great. Just haunted in here.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour on the 45. It's a
Oh, God.
development.
Those affidavits are a nightmare.
In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing.
Nah, I just have them.
Framed photo of the Rootree family from the mid-1960s.
Oh, no.
Carl
The lady's just stealing stuff from the family.
Online, WRTD News. Again,
Oh, cool.
that's WRTD.
Oh, I guess I'll do that now. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. That's the greatest thing I've ever read in my life. What are you talking about? Well, investigative jazz has to go onto the list of jazz subgenres with sneaking jazz. Do you interact with anything in your room other than the rubber duck? Probably, but Neko, you have to understand that there's already so much information in this game. I'm not doing that. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they've been talking about the plane crash. The most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. Why is this part of the search? During the interview, it's revealed that there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with the key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. Oh, so maybe she's related to the family and wants us to prove it so that she can get money she feels like she deserves. That makes sense. The psychologist, however, goes on to posit the culprit had an alternative agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. Right? That fits my theory. Comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies." Speeve. This is just another instance of the root tree curse being a real true thing. It's actually surprising. I mean, this is like story progression, but this obviously doesn't help us very much with the family tree. It's the root tree curse. Anything? There's a long, rambling conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a very black background that very says the root trees are very cursed. It has been very recently updated with the very following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Oh, Brenda did die in the crash. I had forgotten that. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Root Tree Company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but no one was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? I don't know. Was he? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This can't be a coincidence. Can't it? I'm gonna save this as meta information. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of a 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. Well, obviously, we all know that. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff, 75, at prodigy.us. making him take down his site with fake proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Boy, is that a mental gymnastics routine worthy of a gold Olympian medal. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Root Tree Candy Company factory seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. Website footer says, all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Well, I'm going to make a new page in my notebook. I'm going to call this Nonsense. And stuff from this page gets to go on the Nonsense folder. Including but not limited to Thomas Overwood, Operation RT-29, and Chris Raff, who I feel like is an actual member of the family. Because, like, Raff would be short for Rafferty. But is there a Chris Rafferty? Would that be Laura's... No, Laura's husband died in the war and she never remarried because she has really strong feelings about that. Why do I remember all this information? Prodige. I mean, it doesn't have 2 E's. Prodige. I apologize it's a little harder to interact with chat, but you guys seem to be doing fine. Just at me if you need my attention. I promise I'll give it a shot. RT29. That's so funny because RT44. Let me do Operation RT29. Do a spider search. A lot of notes. You had no idea that's how the notebook was constructed. Which part of it? It's actually probably like a lot more notes than it looks like because I am responsible for creating the tabs. And mostly everything I did on like the first 2/3 of yesterday's stream all went in the same tab. But like I've started getting organized with it. Not pudding. Not pudding is a reference to the Jim Carrey Grinch. It's my favorite line of dialogue from the movie, and it's probably not scripted, and it may not be intended to be noticed. There's a point where they make him like the chieftain of the winter carnival, and as a result, they have like a montage of him doing like a series of like inane Christmas tasks that gets him upset because he's the Grinch. And at one point, they imply like he does multiple like tastings for like, you know, Christmas cookies and whatever. And one of them is like Christmas puddings. And so people are just sort of like shoving like spoonfuls of pudding. And they're like, ooh, how is my pudding? Please judge this pudding. And then someone says, this one's not pudding, and puts like lime jello in his mouth. And it's just like the funniest thing in that entire movie to me. Okay, Operation RT29. You find more conspiracy theories. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. Oh boy, that hits different in 2025. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day. Oh my god. I hate how sincere that is. Like, that's gotta be a real thing. That people believe. Not a real thing that's a real thing. As long as it isn't discovered until the day after it's over. That every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Their proof is that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol, polyricinoleate, and an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it was first released. They claim it was added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract the effect for children that have already eaten the candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol polyricinoleate and find it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. I guess that saves me a search. But you know what? It doesn't, because I'm doing it anyway. Nope, that's the same page. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to search was... I mean, I'm thinking that I probably can't do a search for this email address and find anything. Oh, I find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, and I'm downloading something. That's good. The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997. On Prodigy that lists the author's email address, blah, blah, blah. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction, very time period accurate, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned, me and my... That's meant to be fiance, right? But that says fiance, or fiance. Doesn't it? Am I insane? That's not spelled correctly. Me and my fiance, Lulu. A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married. Go Tartans. Oh, I see. Go Tartans. Ditto chimed in with that before I read the article and I was confused. I didn't know what that meant. Also, Demolition had said, good job with the chemical name. And I'm not sure if that's teasing, but I don't think I said that as if I had any authority over how to read that name. There's an odd collage called Cousins. Maybe? Which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist statement says, we had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said that I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and could only use my 3rd cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for UConn, and Bethany's yearbook picture, she's Davy's younger sister. Stephanie was an only child. Is that like... No, that can't... Is that Stephanie, the city council person? Chris's artworks has been added to your evidence, but the cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application called PixPop to solve a puzzle. Thanks, game. Just gonna leave Go Tartans in this highlight just for fun. Yeah, that's... Wait, what page am I on? I'm on page 1? No. Please fix. Delete this, go to meta. I feel like this should be meta. Because it includes information about, like, more than one person. Tartan page? I mean, all I know is Tartan. Do I know the school that I would search for the Tartans? Go Cougs. You can figure out what page I'm supposed to search, I'll do it. They were cousins. Okay, PixPop? Cousin zoomed. Why is there like a CAPTCHA built into this photo? Why is your face like that? That's so weird. Why is it like this? What does this app do? Didn't realize Mike Wazowski married into the Roottrees. Oh, definitely. The problem is that despite us having many family photos, there's always someone standing directly in front of him. Hopefully some of you are familiar with when they released Monsters University, I think it was, on Disney Plus. Like, if that movie ever got like recommended to you after whatever you finished watching, they would like cover up Mike Wazowski's face with the like, try watching this next. Something to that effect. I may be misremembering exactly the way it applies, but they like carried on the joke, which was very good. Yeah, I think these are off, which makes sense. Yeah. Printing cousin portrait.jpg. Dichotomy? Rotieren das Sprecht. Middle school. What a horrible night to have a curse. By which I mean it's always a bad time to be in middle school. What is still wrong here? What is still wrong here? School. This looks right. Why is this not right? Good luck with tomorrow, Kat. Thanks for stopping by. It was good to hear about the life updates. Very middle. Oh, you're right. Look at that. Good call. Thank you for that. That's very, very subtle and mildly annoying. Cousin sliced. You hate to see. What happened here? What? Is everyone okay? Why is it? Okay. Oof. This one kind of stinks, huh? How do I... Oh, that's not how that works, huh? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hear me out. That's not it. That's not it. What goes there then? Yeah, that's definitely wrong. But like, what will go there? I don't feel like I have something that actually looks like it belongs there. They do an actual sliding block puzzle that's a rage quit for me. Oh, Keen, I don't think you were here for when we did the last of the 4 Telltale Wallace and Grommets. They had like one of the most incredibly rage-inducing versions of a sliding puzzle I've ever seen. Even though it was like relatively small in scale, like they made it like torturous. It was so frustrating. You think the middle and right one need to swap? That makes some sense. I don't know if I could fix that. Maybe I can. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Relatively speaking. So that would be... It's a weird puzzle. I'm sorry? Why did a duck appear? I have it. I fixed it. Was that a hint duck? I'm mad about that. Don't give me a hint duck. I didn't ask for that. Okay. So now I have some more souls to steal because I am a Yu-Gi-Oh! Antagonist. None of these Roottrees brought the seal of Orichalcos. This is part of Chris Rafferty's cousins. Would that be like Clark's kid? Chris Rafferty? Why did she send him a photo that said dichotomy on it? This was found in the portfolio. College student Chris Rafferty. Ah, they put sick on fiance. That's very good. Actually hacked save game of the DOS gamers playing to avoid the sliding block puzzle. The alternative was reloading until the puzzle start matched the YouTube long play. Oh, you hate to see stuff like that. I mean, like, what is this? What is this? So... do I already have this in my notes? Yeah, I do. Showing the family tree. That's one. Clark Rafferty. That's gotta be. Well, what's going on here? What is going on there? Like, I feel like the fact that he is suggesting that the sisters are his contemporaries means that this guy would be Chris Rafferty. Yeah. I think that's right. And then... There's like a lot of people to figure out still. I don't think I'm ever going to finish this game. I don't think it's possible. I'll put this fool down as Chris Rafferty. And he's probably still... a student. Although... no, I think that's right. Do I have Lulu? Oh, I don't. Okay. So if that's true, then that can't be... no. That back is unknown. So he had a kid. He had 2 kids. This marriage. In the room. It's like someone like this part of the family over here is like a complete mystery to me, more or less. Get all these? I did. No, this is an update that's like WRTD. Okay. How did I get here? Oh, from the conspiracy page. Lord. Yeah, I'll just save that for now. Ain't no Lulu, huh? The other thing to search for is Thomas Overwood. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees curse website, you also find one called The Truth Behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000. And that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. How do people function? I just don't get it. The most horrifying, like, eldritch nightmare realization I've had in my life is that, like, I think I'm a lot smarter than I think I am, and that's not good news. Stock markets and the devil numbers, which claim if you multiply any stock's price by 666 and then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, then add those 2 numbers together and divide by the entire total stock price and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. That's like one of those, that's like a bad magic trick. That's nothing. That's obviously nothing. What are you talking about? Okay, I don't like that man. I hope he drinks Spirit Cola or something. Ugh. See stuff. Oh man, I really want to pin down those stupid 5 pieces. Where? Let me go back to my notebook. I think I would have put this in meta. Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest out of us all. Does that reflect what I have on the board? Yes, that does. But Angie isn't locked in because I don't have a photo associated with her. Bonnie, Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle, Jim Roottrees. Is Jim Roottrees Doctor Who? Clark, Carl, and Eli. Could it be a shortened version of some other name? Possibly. The only person I've ever known to use Lulu as a nickname is a guy named Lewis that I think it was like derogatory. So I don't really know. I mean, practically like any woman's L name you could do that with. It's fine. It offsets the power imbalance that he runs like a YouTube channel that I know about, and everyone just makes fun of him because he has been kind of a creep in the past and is normalized a little bit, but is still a really weird guy. he's just like sort of an old-fashioned guy who like can't help but say like really embarrassing stuff, but like luckily everyone just calls him on it, and I think it's made him a better person over time. I don't know if that makes him a good person, but you know, life is complicated. There's a lot. Hey guys, there's like a lot of Roottrees. It's almost like it's like kind of like a hard job to like figure out like all these stupid Roottrees. Eli. So I need, what is it? G E C E M. Go back to top. This is on. Step down. Last night he would step down. Clancy told me that everyone got heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Architect. So this is a woman, she's a housewife. This is Elias Jr. He must be an architect. Housewife. What do you think Elias Jr. looks like? Hey, you know what? He looks like this. That's what Elias Jr. looks like. Wish I knew these women's names. Women's... Junior, Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. Since Miracle was in it, the three of us are about the same age. Oh, I see, yeah. Mr. Morden. There with Aunt Gwendolyn. Mr. Morden, Aunt Gwendolyn. Mr. Morden, Aunt Gwendolyn. Mr. Morden, Aunt Gwendolyn. Right? That's the correct generational gap, isn't it? Yeah. Aunt would be, yeah. Gwendolyn. And she would be Morden because she married a man named Morden. Which means that you are whatever the last one is. This shouldn't be this hard. Ciphers in the cipher in the first candy ad was telling the order of the birth of the kids. Yep, that has been a very important piece of information. I just unfortunately have not kept quite so good track of the notes that I have just like a list of the 5 of them that I can immediately recall. So Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. That's deletable. We'll argue at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not sure Clancy would have wanted it. Probably don't need that. Mother counted. Maybe they wanted to go to the only man who looks like he samples the product. The fat joke has been applied. Thank you much. From previous entry, learned that Elias Roottrees given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Is that already addressed, Patsy? Uncle Junior. Who's an architect and looks like that. And Sam is there, and that's correct? Okay. Clancy saw Sam working alongside the farmhands E.C. and John used to drive past the old Anderson farm. I don't know. EC is like Elias Central or something. So many Elis. Need a list of lists if this keeps up. Probably should already have been doing that, to be honest with you. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. So one of the Elis is Lauren's brother, and one of them is Miracle's youngest son. Means... That's interesting. That's interesting. So... Clark's getting married. He's too young. He's barely 18. But Danielle. Oh, I failed to put that in there, huh? So his first wife. How many Danielles we got? Danielle Franks. Deleting this one. My brothers seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. So one of them has a spouse of color. It's not diamond, which means that it's gotta be here. Would that possibly... No. Maybe? No. That wouldn't be Stephanie Jones or whatever. Keep an eye out for... We're in Roottrees' next book. Yeah, we kind of did that. That's an evidence. Zach's not a bad president after all. His sister seems to be doing a good job of raising the twins. The twins. These are twins. I wish you could make... I don't know how you'd implement it. It'd be nice if you could make, like, a small, like, note, like, around one of these so you could help figure that out. Morton. So she got married to someone else. So I don't even know the twins' last name, so I couldn't even try to search for that. It stinks. Could probably streamline this process a little bit by, like, just looking at the list of names and, like, fudging some stuff. Alright, back to notes. Elias Roottree had died. During the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottree. Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance. He had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm. That's all accounted for. She's locked as farmer, right? Okay. So I don't need that. Apparently Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. That's in there. Accounted for. She's even locked. He I added recently. Patricia, daughter of local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. had a secret romance. She married an old guy, and they got married in their 50s. None of the next gens had ever heard of Patricia until she reappeared, now going by Patsy. Patsy's husband died. She reunited with him. Lauren mentioned the wedding in the first diary without knowing the history. Eli Jr. never took another lover. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's all accounted for. It seemed really important at the time, but there's actually not that much information in there. Add it to the existing notes. That's like row for 1 to 2 twins, but you'd have to read the notebook again. Yeah, like, I think it makes a huge difference to be able to, like, yes, I can manually put a note here. I don't even think that I could row for 1, 2 twins. Like, once you save this, I don't think you can, like, move it even. Not that I know about. So, like, I couldn't even necessarily put it somewhere useful unless I, like, deleted a bunch of notes in sequence and then re-added them. Like, obviously that's not ideal. I feel like this is an inevitable part of this game, but, like, Sure is something, huh? Pop wanted us away from the farm for years. Never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. Remind me... EC... EE... Would EC be... Elias C. Roottrees, who would have to be Miracle's youngest rather than her brother, which is the other Elias? I'll leave that there for now, but I'm not totally convinced of that. Nor do I have a photo or an occupation. Oh no, wait, he's a confirmed bachelor. That can't be him because he has a marriage and a child. But we do know that this is an unknown male and not just an unknown person. Because it's one of the Eliases. Stupid pronoun game, EC. Get bent. Let's see. Here's entry. Don't really need this, do I? Time entry Sam from Lauren. Previous entry learned that Elias Roottrees had given into his wife. Sam was an obscure relative to be added to family gatherings. I mean, she's locked. Gwyneth is locked. That's like OG, what's her face, right? Yeah, Gwyneth. So, like, that's fine. Delete that. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's. I'll leave that because I don't know about EC and John. Eli. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. It's supposed to help with careers later. Twins. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and the children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long time since any Roottrees was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. It's a bonus. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. Show me the revisiting entry. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have Sam? Ernie Jr. has been learning. So Sam's husband is Ernie, and then there's another Ernie. Ernest Madsen, and then one of these would be Ernest Madsen Jr., but I don't know how to tell which one it would be. A long time since any Roottrees was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. But Ernie Jr. makes sense. I think he's like the third president. What's my number thus far? I am covering it. I'm at 15 out of my current target is 18, because then the lady comes back with more like stolen information or something. Sam is the spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Doesn't have the thick glasses. I don't need that photo though. So this... Oh, wait a minute. Her children have glasses. That's relevant. Both of her kids have glasses? Huh. I'm just away from the farm. Never met EC in person, but Pop referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. I suspect that's why he kept us there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Oh. His roommate, Mr. Miller. They were roommates. Miller. Okay. Thought I was onto something. But if there's no Miller at all, it seems skeptical. I'm sorry, is there a David the Fourth in here? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know how the net thinks it's an 8-hour game. Right? Like, am I crazy? Like, I'm not saying I'll never finish this if I commit to it, but like, I don't feel like this is close to an 8-hour game. I'd say it's like at least like a 14-hour game? Maybe more? I don't know, maybe if you like find the right piece of information, just tells you how like the left half of the family tree goes all in one shot or something. I don't know. I gotta feel like all the Davids are like over here. Cause like they're honest to God, there like can't be enough Davids to have a 4th generation David like anywhere else, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. But that also can't be. Because I think that's Angelica Morden. Where are they cramming all them Davids at? I mean, that can't be it. He's not a David. That doesn't extend far enough. How could there's not a room for 4 Davids anywhere. What are you on about? What are you on about? Maybe there's like a remarriage. One of the Davids doesn't belong in this family tree or something. Give me the notebook. I'll figure out this EC garbage at some point, but not now. I only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C stepped up. More than I could say for Clancy or Edward. So one of these is Eli C, and one of these is Edward. I mean, I really don't think... know much about Edward. Eli C is really confusing because there's like 1,000 Elis and whatever. See, I saw Eli in town. I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. So the cousin... Yeah, no, this tracks. Like the cousin would be the Eli that's the son of Miracle. Eli C is her brother, and it's insane that she refers to her brother that way. Or no. No, wait. No, that's right. That's why they became Uncle Junior, which is the 5 pieces Eli. Miracle's Eli, or Eli C. So yeah, Eli C is her brother. Yeah. It just seems, I don't know, that sounds insane. Family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. Right. There's the whole... Firstborn son is always Junior. Clancy. Oh, or even Clancy! No, I put that in, didn't I? I think I actually have that one. Yeah, Clancy's the eldest son. But I still need Edward and Eli C. Hey, here's a lark. Take me back to, James Roottrees. Yeah, obviously it wouldn't have told me who his father was, right? I don't know why I would think that. If you know, Junior told only the 5 pieces, which didn't go over well. Was this with Mr. Morden? Who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn? Found out later that they never even took the photo. What is the name of the fifth child of stupid Elias? This would be a really big get for me. Hold on. Take me back to the evidence board. I got too much stuff on me right now. Not this one. Put that away. I need this one. Gwendolyn M. What is M? Who is M? Who is Lady M Roottrees? M. Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's Margolite Roottrees. And via process of elimination, I can jam a couple of photos in here and invert them if I don't like the way that they look. I am shocked that neither one of those locked in. Although, the blonde is probably Gwen's mom, right? Probably? Oh, but wait a minute. No, she would be... No, he took her name. So she would still be Roottrees. So I don't need to look for, like, an M name that's not a Roottrees, even though she is married. How do neither of those lock in? Don't I have someone who I'm, like, convinced is locking in? This guy. Elias should also... Like, what's wrong there? I feel, like, pretty confident about this top... Like, almost this whole top row now. Why wouldn't that lock? I mean, we know everyone before the actress is a housewife. Excluding Sam, because that information was learned after that observation. So those careers are correct. I mean, the G name is the oldest of the 5 pieces, and also the last name matches James Morton, who we already locked. Elias Jr. I think that matches the... Yeah, Gwendolyn, Elias. And then Clancy Edward. And then Melon or whatever. And then Miracle. So, like, that all seems correct. The jobs should all be correct. Because I had a thing that said, like, all his sons were, like, architects or preachers or lawyers. So, like, process of elimination, dude's an architect. And, like, I know that these 5 photos have to encompass the 5 of them. So, like, how is it that if I don't... Like, I genuinely... Like, logically, it makes no sense to me that that couldn't have locked at minimum 2 of them. How could that possibly be possible? It's very annoying. There's too many people here. Let me start looking into this Guy Hudson guy. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy to others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. Oh, I hate Guy Hudson. He's very bad. I don't like him. I know almost nothing about him, and I know he's the villain. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back as soon as possible. Oh yikes. Oh yikes forever. Let me search for Fancy Feast. That's basically the same entry. That tracks. Let me... Guy Hudson in Business Watch. Guy Hudson. Thank you for that. Small article from 1977. Wow, brain. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now Guy's taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. I gotta check something real quick. The twin. So, this guy was a Hudson, and then his son was Guy Hudson, and there was a twin sister here. That works, I think, though I don't know which one of them had or didn't have kids. Tell me how many Hudsons there be. There are 3 Hudsons. Which suggests that Christopher would be the one who married Angelica. Right? Because Zach's sister did a good job with the twins, so she would have the twins, these would be the twins. And this would be, just for the sake of, like, soft locking this, I'm gonna say that Guy is the one who had kids and she didn't. It was Bonnie Hudson. But that could easily be switched. That's just because I want to, like, put the Hudsons down. It's interesting how much I got from that, like, one article that, like, gives a lot of context to that left side of the tree. Who would have known that one of those 2 adorable redheads... Oh man, this is an insanely insightful article. Guy credits his mother, Angie, and father, Christopher, with providing his fiery doo. His didgeridoo! My god, it's a treasure trove. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah. So that makes Guy 3rd president, which is... I thought he was 4th. Zach was quoted as saying that now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I... My god, what is with this article? It's like practically a third of the family tree. It's insane in here. Clara. Zach's wife is Clara Lansing, which isn't that important, but it's weird that that happened. And both of his children are women. So unknown female, unknown female. should search the boys and girls agree era. But let me look at that stupid photo with all the redheads. Number of cursive signatures including Bonnie and Guy Hudson. So that would mean I should be able to brute force this some amount. So this would be Guy, and that'd be Bonnie, because there ain't no other redheads. So I guess it was their father, Christopher, who's a redhead. So this guy would be, if I have him in the right place, the third president, and he looks like this. Alternatively, if we said that we said this was Guy, and he's the third president, and he looks like this. Okay, so he doesn't have any kids because he's too busy being the president. Now, who did that lock along with him? Margolite, Elias, and Guy, but not Gwendolyn or whatever? Fair enough. But we start strong because we also know Bonnie Hudson. Guess I'll answer that.
So, you may have heard the news.
Uh-huh.
Some of Carl's things have gone missing.
Booyah.
That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
Yeah, there's actually enough context to make it clear that you didn't, even though you kind of
But
did.
I did borrow it.
Yeah, that's
I'll return
fair.
it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed.
I mean, it was heavily implied.
I'm a Roottrees.
Yeah, that's not... I don't know if that's supposed to be a big reveal by this point, but like, no, I got that.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of.
Is it called the
If
Aristocrats?
you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
That's quite a lot of blood relatives, you understand. Just preparing some ingredients. Congrats on identifying one of the hundreds of Eli in this family. Thank you so much. I'm really proud of that. We did get there. Okay, hold on. Let me put Bonnie in before I forget. I have no idea what her job is, but she's not the third president. But she does look like this. And she has 2 kids. And I don't know what her spouse is named. But it's probably not David. So what's wrong here? Bleh. I mean, she has to be Gwendolyn Morton. Doesn't she? Because the Morton name ends here. We know that Angelica is Zach's sister. So is her career not housewife? If so, the game has just like outright lied to me. I have no idea why that hasn't locked. That makes no actual sense to me. Like, I feel like there's like a logical fallacy in play that I cannot identify. What the heck does Clark look like, by the way? Yeah, let me just clear the summary file garbage. Clark's in one of these, but it's the other one, isn't it? No, it's this one. So Miracle Jr. is this guy. I think I can, like, tab that in as, like, an optional photo. Yeah, I can. Which at least would take it out of the pool. What the heck? Did I not absorb the spirit of the photo? Oh, it's just cropped so I don't see the tie. Creepy smile, blonde hair instead of creepy mid-face. Yeah, this guy. That's him. Alright, get that out of circulation. So, what do I have of James Roottrees? It's like stubble face. Do I have a stubble face, dour looking guy? Oh, you kind of look like the same vibe as that dude, huh? Do you have sort of like curly wavy hair in that other photo? Oh, I should. You know what? I was supposed to get that she's like pregnant in this, and that should be the one with the kids. I think that was like an actual thing I was supposed to get from this. So Bonnie and Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr. So if Ernie Jr. is on the same level as them, that tracks. Cause like Ernie, where was Ernie? Both women. They would be in that photo, huh? It's interesting. There's only 3 unaccounted for like adult women in this photo. Which would mean if I could pin one of them down, then I could at least narrow the photos of these sisters into one of 2 positions. That also suggests that there's only one other woman on that line. It's not Clark, Carl, or James. It's not... Could be here. These are 2 boys. I know that, because they're Gwen's kids. I don't know what the deal here is. Miracle Jr.'s on the left. I don't know which one Clark is. It makes me a little insane. Eli M. Eli M. So, her uncle, her brother, or her cousin? Eli M. So someone here is from the wrong generation, because there aren't any Elis in this generation. They're all of higher orders. That doesn't help me as much as it should, because everyone feels kind of old-fashioned. I think it's time to go back to notes. I feel like I should be able to deduce something from this miserable photo. There's a man, a miserable pile of photos. Attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. Wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since he looked a lot like Pop did, but I was outvoted by my brothers. This is the other photo. Not this one, but I really wish I could slide stuff around. This one? So, if we knew, is that what by my brothers? They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and we clumped in the middle. Everyone filtering behind or in front of us. Gwen did not appear. Sam was here. She's on the right. Who's the other woman? Who is the other woman? She would be... could be Angelica, wouldn't it? Because she's got red hair like no one else in the family has red hair. Although, what was the thing they said about Guy Hudson? Credit's mother and father was providing the fiery dew. Bringing everything over there. The guy's uncle and current president Zachariah traveled with his wife. Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Claire and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas. He's eager to share them with the world. Like we do that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. Let me do a boys and girls agree search. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s. Boys and Girls Agree. It's a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing, both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series is the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to evidence. Well, that's Guy and Bonnie. It's not helpful, but it's them. To verify this person, you can add bonus photos. I hadn't clocked what that meant. So what is Angelica Morton's occupation? That's really what I need there. I think the rest of that's correct. Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public. They appeared in the thing. Who have known that the two adorable redheads... I think I've actually gotten everything I needed to out of this. Is there anything I would save from this? We've locked Guy Hudson. We already know Zach. I think we locked his wife, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Angie and Christopher. Christopher's also locked, yes. Yes. Yes, I think we could just honestly leave that. Despite, we got like a good amount out of that, but, friggin' fancy flavors. Notebook. Understand left. Everyone insisted we include Sam, then was understood why. States that the flavors are inspired by their children. He orders grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and miracle berry. I mean, this lady is grape. She's grape as heck. 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company died mysteriously. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver. Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Ernie Madsen Jr. Madsen. Ernie Madsen Jr. Oh, wait a minute. Junior's always the eldest, right? I don't know if that applies to people who don't actually have the last name Roottrees, but I'm gonna put that down. Ernest Madsen Jr. was the... took over after Guy, which makes him the 4th. I think that tracks. And we know he has glasses. Does one of the photos have the Madsons in it? That would be him. I don't remember the woman's name between the two of them. Now, it is possible. It's possible he could be the other one. Because especially if it's... I bring up... What was the thing? It'd be in meta and it'd be higher up. Right? I think it would be the article that starts with, like, obviously I didn't know her at the time or something like that. Something like president. Seems spitting image of Passy. Guess it skips a generation. Her kids have that covered. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have Samantha. Oh, her name's not there. Just Ernie Jr. It's peculiar the way this works. Where the game is using knowledge that I may or may not have. Oh no, okay. It's just prioritizing women here for some reason. But it still strongly suggests something that I know as a player, which is that this is a pair of like different gendered siblings. So because I put a guy in here, it's like assuming the other one's a woman, I think, is why it's doing that. Yeah, I don't know which two of those. I'm actually kind of inclined to leave him here for the moment because this spouse has the ability to put a bonus photo in, and being one of the presidents, I feel like that's maybe slightly more likely. But I suppose at the very least, if I'm leaving it like that, I can slot the other photo as her and just leave this as like unknown occupation. This cousin thing feels like it's not gonna help until later. Because I just don't have enough context for, like, Davy, or Bethany. Does Bethany have, like, an interesting last name that would help my life out at all? Bethany Kellogg. Extremely no. I mean, interesting in the fact that it's relatively unique, not helpful in the fact that I have none leads on that. God, I really wish I could nail down Lauren's branch. I feel like that'd be really helpful to me. Do any of those photos have Clancy Jr.? I mean, he's one of these folks. It's possible that Clancy is just like the tallest. It's about 6 hours in. How do you like this so far? I think I have liked it more the more I've played it. It's pretty rough to get into, even for someone like me who's inclined to like the needlessly complex logic puzzle element of it. But like mechanically, it's a bit of a hot mess. Bit infectious, maybe. I'm not sure I'd be inclined to say that. Just like, I don't know, when I think of something infectious, it's like, oh, I'm just like itching for more of this. It's not exactly that. It's just that, like, I've started this puzzle and it feels solvable. And so, like, I'm just compelled to keep working it. I know that sounds really similar, but the feeling is different. And it's like a train. The more you solve, the faster it goes. Yeah, I think that helps a little bit. So these are right. These are Gwen's kids, and I can't find anything about these losers. Hey, wait, what does it say on his jacket? Film school. Film school. Film school. So perhaps he went into the industry. And if that's true, remind me what their actual names are. I thought it was Robert and Ronald. Robert and Ronald. Take me back to Starlet. Oh, that's disappointing. I really thought I was onto something with that. We knew what school Gwen went to. Did she go to school? Actresses didn't really do that back then, did they? Not really. At least it was a lot rarer than I think it is now. What's surprising, like, I honestly think I'm much closer to solving a few large areas of this map than it looks like. Just need a photo for... No, I have no occupation for Clancy Jr., do I? But, like, I kind of know... Like, one of these guys is called Edward, and the other one is one of the Elis. I know that this guy is one of the Elis. I am pretty close to locking Ernie Jr. And I just need, like, an occupation for Bonnie. And for her mom. I mean, I think it's... This may not be correct. I think it's pretty heavily implied that Angie was a housewife. Both because she's far enough up on the family tree as a woman that, like, Laura's note about Gwen being the first one not to be a housewife could apply. But also one of the few things that we know about Angie is that, like, it's implied that she, like, spent her time with the twins and was, like, raising them. And she could be raising them as a career woman, but both considering the time period and the way it's written, it feels like she's saying housewife. Like, I could easily be wrong and that may need to be changed, but I think that's reasonable enough to leave that in, as it might help lock something else, and it's a pretty educated guess. How did I get to this in the first place? Unclear. Back to the notebook. That's not helping. That's not helping. That's not helping. That's not helping. Let's go back to... Let's see. Probably don't need to look at the ruse. I know we didn't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could endorse CM. Caroline Morton? An interesting question. There aren't any other Hudsons, right? So she just didn't take her husband's name, I guess. How is there another Morden? Wait a minute. Nah, it's great. She couldn't be whatever Morden. How is there another Morden? Who is this secret Morden? What the heck is with Morden? She's great. She can't be Caroline, but who is Caroline Morden? And why isn't this person locked? Does she have a secret name? Caroline Morden. Who would that be? Like, the Morden line ends with the Hudsons. That's really confusing. They just happened, like, someone else in the family just happened to marry someone with the last name Morden? Whatever. Stephanie Jones, blah. Alright, that's not putting is not helpful either. Oh yeah, this weird thing in, like, the revisit to, like, Lauren's diary entry. There was, like, some woman who said that Lauren's dad was her dad, and they got in a fight about it. But, like, that's not represented by the tree in any meaningful way. Like, there would have to be, like, some kind of, like, branch from here. It doesn't seem to be linked to Top Secret. So that's nothing. And then nonsense. We searched this guy. We searched Thomas. Ernie Madsen Jr. So Chris Raff is like someone in the family. Because he did a project for college that involved talking about his cousins who are all part of the family. I don't really think I need the nonsense page. Go back to page 1. There's probably not anything here I need. Mr. Print Advertising. We did find this lead. This has been very important. The Charles Lead book. I think we can delete that, though. Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. We don't need a job for her, and she's already locked. Including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees. Notable singer. Cousin? I thought they were... Oh, no. Yeah, that's cousin. Oh, wait a minute. Jim Roottrees had a young daughter who was around the same age as Raina. That's not extremely helpful, but that is good to know. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time. So second cousin, 2 generations up with a sibling relationship. Yeah, that's all accounted for. Inside article. Okay, Elias forms the Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife. Yup. As a daughter, the first of 5 children. She won't lock, but I got her in here. 1922, Elias invents 5 pieces based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. 5 pieces first sold in Pittsburgh, rolled out to New England. Recipe is finalized. Begins national distribution. Reach for the global rollout with the help of Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm. We locked that, right? Yeah. I don't think I need that article anymore either. Clan's Trust. It's a highly unusual arrangement named after Clancy Edward, who's locked in, who was Elias's son, the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer, which is locked due to the unique nature it's brought up. That's fine, I'll delete that. It's like Butler County's the big one out there. How do you mean that, Demolition? Only information you discover is from a university law school. There might be more to get from that if I do find like a legal periodical. Yearly salary of the Roottrees president is always locked into a price of a single pack of 5 pieces. That's probably not useful for anything, but I've still got it locked. Like it's the main county. Oh, yes, that's probably true, yeah. We got a whole newspaper we can do searches on, and we have. This woman was in a minor hit movie, Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. Circulated picture from behind the scenes, which is added to evidence. She was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree. She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took the famous last name. Alright, that's all done. By searching variations of Gwyn Roottree, we come across Wild Bill Williams. Got it. Wild Bill grew up in Paris. Took me forever, but I got it. It's fine. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who took part in the Miracle Network. Had a show on local access in many states. Clergy Watch. She was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy. I think I tried doing some kind of search for that. Junior conspiracy. I don't think it's possible to get anything useful out of Miracle Jr. I think that's where it came from, right? Yeah, it's not helpful. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. We said that RR attempted 2 arguments. That they were born out of wedlock. Second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. RR. That kind of... Doesn't that... How many RRs are there? How many RRs are? Someone named their daughter Candy Roottree. I'm sending them to prison. Once I find them, I'm sending that person to prison. So... Wouldn't RR have to be one of Gwyn's kids? This is actually a weird way to highlight this also. Better than one of the NPCs you got who was Candy Cane. Wait, on a first playthrough it randomly generates names for like NPC characters? That's crazy. That can inexplicably like vary the difficulty of those like dramatically. Oh no, separate game, okay. In the right context, that's fine. It's certainly better than like Rahose and Rahiley. I feel like the RR in question has to be one of Gwyn's kids, because they're like Roger and Robert or whatever. I wonder if they feuded with each other. There aren't that many people you could argue were like born out of wedlock from the way this looks. Maybe this. So this was this girl adopted? Given the timeline this photo was taken of her, maybe? Because like she is a kid at the time that people of this generation are adults. And it would explain why she does not match the apparent ancestry of the rest of the Roottree family, which is to say she's a person of color and it's a pretty white family. Somewhere around here, there's at least one other, like, spouse who's a person of color. One of these three. Could be more. But that's all I know, that there's at least one there. I guess it is possible. Well, no, I don't think it is possible that she would be... No, that wouldn't make sense. The only, like, available spot to slot a kid of the correct generation in there... If it was, like... Yeah, it doesn't seem right. Give me the notes. Tree Motors, Tessa Roottrees. Roottrees Motors parents. What was the fake parent company? It was... Oh, here. Wilkins. Give me a random one. Wilkins. Catherine Wilkins. So Tessa is the daughter of Catherine Wilkins. Saving that as a loose note by the other one. Can I look at... Let me try doing a search in the County Times for Catherine Wilkins. See, I'm very skeptical of that. Because, like, in the real world, if you had access to a digital database of, like, a newspaper... You know that this person is local to the area. There's like an exceedingly high chance that there'd be like an engagement announcement or something, especially like in the time period. Colonel Brenda, I'm sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible. Ernie more than anyone else knew how busy your job can be, right? A closed Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects. It's not expected to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. Much love, Debbie. For Nicole's sake. So... where's Ernie? There's Guy. Why not know more about Ernie? That doesn't seem right. Deborah Bean? Deborah Bean? That's a person? Deborah Bean. Yeah, I just have to find Ernie, huh? So there's an Edward and an Eli here. Yeah, I gotta pin this guy down. This guy's an Eli. So this dude's the 5th president. Guy's the 4th. Oh no, Ernie. Sure. So this would be Debbie. One of these is Debbie, and one of them's Nicole. So yeah, because there's a photo. Yeah, okay, this is Debbie. This is Deborah Bean. This is Nicole Madsen. Nicole Madsen. She is the student K through 12. Good night, Keen. A note of victory for you. I found 3 blood relatives just for you. Okay, that's all good. What didn't lock is a more important question. I don't have an occupation for her. Didn't expect this to lock. Don't have an occupation for her. Still not sure why that's not firing. I think that actually tracks. Like, I don't actually think that tells me anything I didn't know. I think that's all just good signs. Locked in Danielle at some point. That might have just happened. So then Debbie looks like this, which is fine. And then we can probably delete the Shiva article. Lauren released a few romance novels. That was helpful. The second fan since they came together during the tenure of Ernie Jr., former president of the Roottrees Company. There's a Maple Crisp commercial that aired during the Super Bowl. Pretty sure we're good there. RR attempted. Oh, I really feel like I should be able to narrow something down about RR. Or alternatively, RR. I do desperately wish that I could lock in like 2 of Lauren's siblings would be like amazing. I know, RR! There's 2 RRs, which makes it even more emphatic. Huh. You know, I bet this guy would have to be Miracle's brother. He's one of the Elis. I don't know what his occupation is. But, like, they're standing, like, next to each other and look pretty similar and are both blonde. So, like, this dude is probably his brother. That's something. Just like a bunch of people here I got like nothing about. So this is not got nothing there. Who's this dour looking lady? Do we have a lead on that? Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. Caroline. Where did I see the name Caroline recently? Caroline Morden. Oh. Caroline Morden. Well, I'm gonna was Bonnie? Isn't that... No, Bonnie's over there. So this would be the other Morden. No, this is the Madsen. Madsen is not Morden. Still don't understand the Morden thing. Are there like fake entries in that list of possible names? It doesn't seem like that's true. There's a lot of David Kellogg's. You'd think if I just did a search for like David Kellogg, I'd get something. I don't know if I spelled that right, so it doesn't help. 2 L's, 2 G's. No, just put the cursor where I said to put the cursor. His wife, maybe? The dour looking woman? She doesn't have a photo spot, so probably not. There's like an alternate photo for like eye patch guy? Oh, Clark, you're killing me. I assume it'll be an interesting pick. I hope he just goes like straight up pirate. It's like from later in his life, he's just like swashbuckling mother such individual. Well, of course. Zach is still a Morden, even though he was president. So there should be... I understand my error now. So Gwendolyn and Caroline are these two. Don't know which is which. But that means that you should be... Because it's the maiden name? That's probably it. Morden. But if this was Morden... This is weird. This juncture is pretty weird. Where, like, these two got... They had a kid and split up? But then she remarried and then adopted the kid of the other person? Maybe this person died or something, and then they adopted the kid as like a formality? It still seems odd. Looks weird on paper, anyway. So then... I mean, you gotta be Gwyneth Madsen, right? Yeah, it was stupid of me to miss that for so long, but it does explain it. The maiden name thing, I mean, for what's-her-face, grape lady. I don't know what you're up to. I don't know. We've made some good progress here, but I still don't think we're going to be like remotely close to finishing this game by the end of the stream. I don't know if that's because I'm stupid or what, but like I feel like we're going at a pretty good pace. I don't think we're like speed running the game, but like I think it's a really challenging game due to its like open-ended nature, and you have to like do a lot to like intuit little things and stuff, which like I think is really interesting, but like makes it slow paced and kind of challenging. I have no idea what to do with this. Don't really need this anymore. Go back to page 1. Rotary motors is going to bother me until I figure that out, but I don't really know what to do about it for now. I don't think I need this Lauren Rafferty distinguisher anymore. I also like found that book. R. Miracle Jr. This is just funny information. Guest lecturer. That's interesting. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR. No, I guess that doesn't actually imply that either of the RR brothers were lawyers. Feels like it does, but I don't think that's true. Ugh, there's a couple things I really wish I could, like, do something about. Okay, so Bonnie and Guy, Ernie Jr. we locked, Caroline, Gwyneth M. So Caroline and Gwyneth M are sisters, right? So that means that one of them is the dour lady and one of them is the woman in the far back with the curly hair who's trying not to be noticed in a family photo. Michael Jr., Jim Ritchie, Clark, Carl. I really should be able to pick out which one's Carl, shouldn't I? Carl looks like this. He is handsome with sort of darkish hair. I'd say he's probably either this guy or this guy. Let me check the photo on Carl's brother. They both look very serious. And neither of them has the same facial hair from these that they would have in the other. And their features just aren't that distinct. Although James has, like, lighter colored eyes. Carl's are very dark. Of course, I can't zoom in on this. The lighter color looks like the smiling guy. Maybe. I can see it. I don't know if it's right. Does this really feel possible? Ooh. Maybe it's this guy. Both have roughly the same eye color. This hair feels like it's a lot closer to Carl's. So let's take that at face value for a second. I don't know. Maybe these two are supposed to be brothers because they're closer together. How would that factor in nature of the hair-wise? That's not very helpful. That's just different from both of those. You don't know what Clark does for a living? Good God. We looked up Roottrees versus RR in Spider Search. I'm pretty sure we did in Spider Search, and it was basically like, it's really hard to find anything about that. This game is very syntactically specific. The Roottrees versus no period RR. Yeah, like this literally came from that. What I really want to find is like a legal periodical. I think it exists in this game, but I don't know what it's like called, so I don't know how to get there. I like how this game assumes more or less that a person has one job for life. Incorrect. The game actually does specify at some place somewhere that you should apply the last job they had in their lifetime. In most cases, partially because of the era much of this is taking place in, the people do seem to have one job for a lifetime. However, the game does account for this thing that would happen in real life, and it tells you what to do if they have more than one. I think it's actually just like written in light colored text on the back of the court board. Legal Oddities is an actual website. It's really quaint of you to assume that we could apply any real life resource to this game. I mean, I'll search Legal Oddities, but I would bet you money. Oh, look. Like, people and things that exist in this world don't show up in Spider Search. Like, I need the equivalent of, like, the local newspaper that's like, Law, but a magazine! And then I can go to Law, but a magazine, and then look up the case of, like, the Roottrees versus RR, and then hopefully finally figure something out about one of Gwyn, the actress's kids, who are both RRs. Spider Search deserves to die once Google comes out. Yeah, but then we'll all long for it once AI ruins all the searches. And even before that, if we're being honest. I'm in a tough spot. I haven't had a big, wide lead break open in a minute. Honestly, most of the stream I've gone without that. Not entirely. I had a couple breakthroughs, but I don't think those were like, look at all the information, except for, the, whatever it was that led me to, fancy flavors. That article had, an insane amount of information in one place. But, you already had to have found, some amount of context for it to be relevant. Oh, these photos are brutal. So that's Angie. So this is the next generation. So this dude oh, that's Miracle. He's just wearing heavy sunglasses instead of the eye patch. That's not as cool a picture as I had hoped for. Where did... Oh, that's with the political ad, right? Okay. I think chronologically speaking that makes sense, that he looks older there and all that. So this then would be... Didn't think it was fair that Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. But then his son would be next gen. So the other alternate photo is this guy. So then from that photo, we're literally just left with all of Lauren's brothers, which is insanely annoying. Oh man, I so badly want to just get some of them done. game has pretty good investigative jazz, don't you think? Bowtie McRootree. See, I say that and then it immediately goes to something that's not jazz. Back to jazz. Be great to lock in like one of the Elis or like multiple Laura's siblings. I still think I'm like shy of those. See, if I like knew where on the family tree to put these people from the cousins thing, that'd be a pretty big get. Honestly, it's probably really good that we managed to find that on such a bizarre lark, because like there are multiple photos of family members we probably can't get anywhere else, and some context but about the link between them. Chris Rafferty. So, alright, there's multiple Rafferty kids. That's why I can't put that down. So Clark had 2 kids with his 3rd wife and 1 here. Oh, but I had put this guy down. I had posited that this dude was... What was the thing I was just looking at? This is the photo that had the name in it, wasn't it? Chris Rafferty. I posited in theory that this was Chris Rafferty. Although, the context of that photo, what was the assignment? College student. So if that's Chris, then he is a college student. I think he's here instead of down here because he's supposed to be roughly contemporary with the sisters. And then he had to go looking for the cousins. Now, what about these cousins? I guess I have to look at the bad art project for the blurb on this. Include pictures of Davy. There's a David Kellogg. And Stephanie. Ooh, Stephanie is an only child. So Stephanie's probably the one in the plaid, right? Who's Stephanie? Landon. Didn't I come across Landon earlier? Facebook doesn't exist yet, so I couldn't use it even to find the college student. Alright, so if she's an only child, that would mean that she has to be here. Landon. And what was the other one? Control. This would be student K through 12, and she looks like this. And Bethany, it's a yearbook picture. Even if I get lucky on this, I don't think it's going to be very helpful. Bethany Kellogg. Oh, so they're both in the same branch. Kellogg's. Those accursed Kellogg's. 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 It really feels like David Kellogg has to either be this spouse or this spouse and no one else. Like, I just don't think... Because, like, when we do a search for... Yeah, I'm looking to fill 2 Davids and a Bethany. So, like, I need someone who's, like, married to a woman in the family who's David the Third. And then his son is David the Fourth. And his daughter... But wait a minute. How many Kellogg's be there? Only 3, which means it shouldn't be this one. Which, if that reasoning is true... It's not Diamond. It shouldn't be... Because no, it's a guy. I think I've got something here. I mean, I'd have to brute force it to lock it in. But, like, this is David the Third. One of these is David the Fourth, and the other one is Bethany. I think it seems like the son is the older of the 2 of them. Because he's already swimming in college. And he's got red hair, which does track. That does actually, like, fit with this branch of the family tree. I think I'm right about this. Which means... Bethany's yearbook picture. If these were taken at roughly the same time, I feel like that would be like a high school yearbook picture for Bethany. So then... I mean, I'm taking a bit of a leap here, but like... I need this, this, Kellogg, Bethany, David the Fourth. He would be student parentheses college. So I fixed Gwendolyn after like 5 hours. I got Chris right, which is actually a little surprising, but I think all that information was a relatively educated guess. And now we've got David's 3rd and 4th. Now the only question is, do we consider her student high school or student college? I'll put her as high school for now. That felt like a pretty big get. Like, this part of the family's been like a complete mystery to me for a while. We got a lot from very little there. So there's 2... What was this, Stephanie's? What is the Landon name? The possible father? Mark Landon? Hey, well, welcome to the stream. Just got back from the play. Don't worry, I won't ask what I missed. It would be very difficult for me to tell you that. I think we've been making really good progress, but it's kind of hard to evaluate in a game like this, isn't it? we did just have a pretty big breakthrough, placing some random college kids from like an art project we found through. I don't remember how we got there. Got a lot of like half information, which is like not where I want to like leave stuff. Oh, this cursed branch of the family tree, of which I simultaneously know an absolute ton and basically nothing. How do I find anything? How do I find anything? This friggin' guy. Look at this idiot. Oh wait. This is Elias, right? I've just like had this in my pocket this whole time. Haven't done nothing with it. Really stupid. Really dumb look. I want to lock them. I want to lock Lauren's siblings. I don't really know what the deal with this is. It kind of came out of nowhere. Stephanie Jones. Stephanie may have grown up to an unconventional family. Stephanie Jones. She could be Stephanie Jones, couldn't she? But if that's true, there would need to be space for an alternate photo. Thank you for that. I know you like the confetti cannon, but it still feels earned somehow. We want these fools and her. We got all the 5-piece. That's pretty exciting for me. I know that these are the 2 RRs. I know that one of them went to film school, and I somehow have like no way to look that up, which makes me a little insane. Oh, so that would also... I don't think I've plugged this in. This would be the alternate photo for her. Is this one. It really does help to, like, put those away, so I should be paying more attention to that than I've clearly been doing. That's interesting. There's a photo with the wife of one of Gwyn's sons. There aren't a lot of spouses that get photos that aren't members of the... Oh, hey, look at this! That locked, huh? So wait a minute, if that locked, then doesn't that mean that... this guy is Clark? Ugh, what a creepy guy. I don't like that photo. Incidentally, that's probably the closest to what I look like to anyone in this game is. So what the heck does Clark Rafferty do, by the way? I don't know. Yeah. Few fan sites for the band. Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. Mention an album called These Times. Stupid period. I mean, he's probably a musician then, huh? Unless he gained another job before he died. Oh, I got a thing! A band called C and J plus J and D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover. First off, that nomenclature did not exist in 1998. Scanned the cover and noticed it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. That tracks. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. Because they mention multiple diamonds. It's only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about Die Hard Dazzler. Thank you for sparing me that search, the band or the single. So all else have to do is to scan your evidence after a blazing 35-minute download. Is it tracking that in real time? So yeah, Jane LaRue. Right. Right. So wait a minute. Do I have like a picture of them LaRues? Is it the thing I just got? Oh, it sure is, buddy. Heck yeah. These Times is an old single from folk group CNJ plus J&D, and I have to tell you, it's no wonder to me that they did not succeed. They did not break through with a band name like that. The website also listed the song's credits as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottrees. Backup vocals by the LaRues. That's a weird arrangement. On a sticker it says folk style songwriting. Catchy. Triple M Magazine? Wait, give me Triple M Magazine. Aha! Triple M is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from actual good magazines. Rough, that's rough. Confetti Kin would be going off all the time if it didn't cost so much. That's kind of the point of why it costs so much, but I do appreciate the enthusiasm nonetheless. So wait a minute. If this is Chris Rafferty, we can also slot Lulu. L names. Lady L names. Well, I gotta say, I don't know if this is gonna come across as racist, but Luisa Garcia does sure look like it could be the name of that woman, does it not? There's actually also, like, startlingly few L names for women here. So I'm just gonna put that in for now. Lulu. Why do I keep wanting to move with Wazda? Lol, sad but lol. I mean, I genuinely don't know if it says more about me or the nature of naming, but, like, it's not that there's anything wrong with someone having a sort of traditional name for their culture, but, like, she definitely looks like she could be a Luisa Garcia. So then he is, I mean, arguably just, like, musician, although, periodicals. Definitely fine. Rafferty. What am I doing wrong here? Rafferty Clark. How would he not? Didn't we find out about this through a connect? Whatever, that's fine. A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker, Jim goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in that god-awful band with a lot of ampersands. With my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. With my dad and me. And as a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actual sisters. So the four of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Hey, calm down, Rafiq. Everyone was having a good time until you made it weird. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Boy, what a powerful understatement that is. My God. Okay, hold on. What page of the notebook does this go into? Probably page 1? Great. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you could hum a week later. I've been told that Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and he said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For the most part, or for most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started rapper tunes, whatever that is. It's a much better jingle writer than a songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. Wait, what? That sounds wildly incongruous. That implies that his mom would be part of the blood relations to the Roottrees, but that's impossible because Lauren had only brothers. Why do I remember all of this? How could it be true that his dad was related to the company by being like having some like business relationship? That doesn't make any sense at all. And also, what was that thing it said about he never knew his dad? I guess that's not really relevant. It's like learning the plot of a soap opera. It really is. Which, in fairness, is something I'm, like, wired to do. So, there you go. I guess that's why I remember it. You ever try watching Once Upon a Time? They have these really fun moments every now and Once Upon a Time where the writers, like, deem it fit to, like, call out how insane their soap opera family tree has become. They're always simultaneously, like, the best and worst part of the episodes that they're in. Because you're like, God, how did we get here? But also, lol, them out. This sense doesn't make any sense. That's how my father was connected to Roottrees. All those old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over a record player, but I was never interested. I'm gonna write this down. Guess I will put this in page 1, but I think it does want a manual note. Nah, it's from Jim Roottrees. I'm gonna put it anyway. I think the quote was not from Clark, but Jim. No, like, I mean, that is also my understanding. Oh, no, wait. No, wait, maybe you're right. No, because I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. And that was Jim. It's an interview with Jim, and he was just talking about, he was like kind of making fun of Clark, but he's like, I don't mind saying it because like Clark would agree about the thing I'm making fun of him for. And he started Raffertoons, which is Clark's last name. So like, that has to be a quote from Jim, doesn't it? Raffertoons. How is... Okay, I guess it's not... It's like jingles and not music. Does it have like a company listing? Does it have a local listing? Alright, I'm just gonna spider search this junk. Ooh, I'm printing something. A website about Raffertoons. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising... LaRue? Why did he take his wife's last name in like the 60s? On it, there's an about page where you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Wouldn't that be Maple Crisps? Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. When he and his wife were trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. No, I found a guy who looks more like me than the other one I didn't like. So that's interesting. So the youngest is Katrina. So he's got 2 daughters, and they look like... but that's not helpful, because then that's definitely not the person. I mean, Katrina Rafferty LaRue. So by process of elimination, Jessica Rafferty LaRue. And these are children. So they are students from not college. Yeah, obviously that's gotta lock something, right? It's a pretty useful photo. Right, Bethany, good. And Louisa locked in, and her photo. And a bunch of the optional photos that we put in. So you then are... Who are you? Did he just marry both of the LaRues? Kim LaRue. That's like unhinged. I don't understand what that means at all. Because, like, Kim LaRue is neither Jane nor Diamond. Hold on a second. When Diamond walked in on Clark with her youngest sister, my God. These ill-fated diamonds. So he like shacked up with two of the LaRues, and the other one is just married to Jim forever. That's crazy. So then if that's the one from the photo, yeah? It's generic blonde woman. So, like, that has to be her by nature of the fact that we're saying the marriage begot these kids and she's in the same photo with them. Oh, but I should have... How do I know? Oh, wait. So, Diamond LaRue is blonde, we know from his other release. So, I think that would mean that this is a young Diamond LaRue. And this is Jane LaRue? And his balding photo. True, but I haven't locked him. So what does that mean? Is there like an advertise? Yeah, let's put him down as advertising. Because he moved on to Raffertoons. And what did I actually... Yeah, advertising firm. So that's his later in life job, so he's not a musician and that's why he didn't lock. That's fair. So I think we're pretty good on him. I think that's his photo. So he should lock if we get two more. We're 6 away from another interruption from the mysterious benefactress. Bonnie Hudson. I mean, I could just be like a garbage misogynist person, and anytime I don't know a woman's job, put her down as housewife. And frankly, I think the way this game is structured, I would be rewarded for that behavior. Make of that what you will. Oh god, this is driving me crazy. I'm just gonna randomly insert RR names here. Robert and Ronald. Clancy Jr. I mean, I don't know his occupation, so even trying... You know what? I think I'm gonna slot their photos in here just because it's making me crazy not to do that. They won't be correct, most likely. But I think I'm just gonna put them in height order as though age equals height. So I need green bow tie. I'm not sure that shows in the photo. Thick glasses. angry-looking blonde dude, child in suit. And, like, one of these is Edward. Edward. Still wish I had a, some legal resource. You know, I actually don't think I need this anymore. No more family band. I do like this game. As I said earlier, I feel like it's kind of tough to get into it to start, and it's mainly because the mechanics are so bad. Like, they're just really rough to like use and interact with. It's not that the concept of them is bad. It's that the implementation is like needlessly difficult. That's an interesting suggestion, anime. We haven't looked up the college Yukon. I don't know if it'll be super useful, but it could definitely do something for us. To double check the spelling, I think I need to... Yeah, two N's, Yukon. Spider search. Yukon. When you search for Yukon, you find out it's the University of Connecticut and that Davy Kellogg IV is on their swim team, the Huskies. Go Cougs. He also came in second in the most recent competition, although that doesn't seem relevant. Yeah, not much to go on, but definitely worth checking. Does the game tell you why Miracle is a pirate? It implies that Miracle is a pirate because he was like a geriatric pregnancy and probably had like a lot of complications. Also, thank you for the resub, Neko. 78 months. Woo. One of these. I just say you have to go AFK for a call. Has this game gotten any better as it progressed? That's actually what we were just talking about, Crew Twitch. My impression is yes. I've enjoyed the game more the longer I've played it. Largely just because I've gotten used to the mechanics, but also partially because, as Demolition suggested before, the game's a little bit like a Steam engine. Like, once it gains momentum, you sort of plow through. By the way, this was the always use a person's most recent occupation, and also the thing I goofed on before. Whoops. Oh, sorry. Oh, no need to apologize. I was saying you're right on time. That's basically the conversation we were in the middle of. Remember the TNG Easter egg? What was the show of the 90s? I mean, Friends was probably on by now. What's the correct spelling of Seinfeld? That looks wrong now that I've put it down. Nope, don't know what you're talking about. SEINFELD. Game says no. Wait, we did some good work over here today. Need a first name. Why would I? Isn't the TV show the thing that would come up? I think you're goofing me. In this alternate universe, is it Terry Seinfeld? Stupid Elis. Still mad about all these Elis. It's annoying that James didn't mention his dad's name when he, like, referred to him. It's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All his old ad campaigns are all on the wall. I just went straight for the music. His dad was an advertiser. So generation of Elis, so many of them. Never heard of Seinfeld. That can't be real. You're goofing me, Neko. It's one thing to have never seen it, but like, even if you like didn't grow up in the 90s or only in the late 90s, like, people still talk about Seinfeld as like one of the only sitcoms some people will watch. I defy you to have never heard of Seinfeld. That seems preposterous. We have made good progress, but as stated earlier, I don't think we're anywhere near finishing in 8 hours, as was apparently suggested by, I don't know if that was like timeToBeat.com or whatever that's called. So we've locked Miracle's Generations 1, 2, and 3, and Miracle Jr.'s wife. I have no concept of what Miracle the Third's wife's name would be. This dude is one of the Elis. The way Lauren talks about Eli, C, and M makes it really difficult to distinguish them in a useful way. If I had an occupation for either one of them, I might be able to brute force it. Maybe for the US, it could be different around the globe. I'm not, like, when it comes to like 90s TV, I feel like the US is still the standard. Like, the globalization of like media didn't happen until like the early 2000s, really. So like Hollywood was still responsible for most of that. I mean, maybe it doesn't have the same cultural impact over there, but I feel like it probably is close. To be fair, you had 4 TV channels growing up. That is fair. That is fair, Neko. I think adding 10 hours for stream is about right. I think it is an underrated equation that if you stream a game, no matter the complexity, it is definitely longer than simply playing it on your own. Unless you're just like completely ignoring chat. Which, to be honest, this game is the closest I've done to doing that in a really long time. Just because, like, the logic, in order to keep following the train of logic, you are kind of dialed in. There was, like, some whole conversation about leveling up characters in Persona 5 Gold that I got, like, nothing out of. But I'm glad it was happening. These idiots. Yeah, I tried searching friends first when Demo baited me for that, but apparently I'm not actually supposed to look for this. What's Seinfeld about? Well, famously, it's a show about nothing, which is a joke you would understand if you watched it. What it's actually supposed to be about is, like, I think it was originally conceived of as essentially stand-up comedian Jerry Seinfeld demonstrating how he got the material to do his stand-up comedy by being a sitcom about just, like, the life of him and his friends, primarily just, like, dating in New York in the 90s. But, like, it's also kind of known for being, like, a show about terrible people before Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The actress who played Elaine did the best IRL. I mean, certainly since then, but at the same time, like, if you have, like, points in Seinfeld, you definitely don't need to work. So he's ready to lock, but no one else is, right? Because I haven't... I don't know which Stephanie that is. Not keen on Always Sunny. I would say it's not remotely as bad. Like, you have to keep in mind that television was still really tame in the 90s. So, like, it's known for being a show about bad people. But, like, also, like, the last episode, and this isn't really a spoiler because it's fully episodic, but the last episode is sort of famous for trying to give comeuppance to the characters for being bad people, and everyone felt, like, completely shocked by that being the point of it, because, like, a lot of people didn't really feel like that's what was going on. It's really, it's I'm not even sure it's quite, like, mean. It's more like tactless or like self-indulgent or something. But like it's more like since then people sort of read, you know what, like maybe these guys aren't like super cool. This guy's got 2 daughters. I roughly know their names because of the compendium given to me, but I don't know their ages. Same with Friends. Yeah, the Friends one's like a little bit more out of left field, but is fair. It's really a lot more about New York living. Yeah, I mean, I think there's multiple ways to read it, and I think that's entirely fair. Concerns me is the Wikipedia page says that many of the plots were based on real-life experiences, so it makes me think the Seinfeld guy wasn't a very good person. Well, that is probably true, independent of how his character existed. He has a history of, like, dating very young people. But the show, as far as I remember, didn't really have anything based on that particular quirk, so I wouldn't say, like, the autobiographical nature of it was necessarily the issue there. I have, like, a surprising number of these that are quite close. Do I have any, like, leads currently? We're kind of just talking about Seinfeld now. So this is pretty well used up. So is this. So is this. This probably is. These photos will last forever. This is done, thankfully. Oh, it's cool. I didn't realize it was like highlighting them in gold when you got them done. That's actually probably pretty helpful for this, except everything's really small, so it's not. So I still haven't unlocked these 2 women, the dour woman or the curly-haired woman. Yeah, I don't really think I have any leads there. And then this is just her brothers. Everyone else is locked in now. He's locked, he's locked, she's close, they're locked, she's locked. The kids aren't locked, but I got nothing here, man. They're making me crazy. Hey, maybe I should just randomly plug in the RR names in the music database in case one of them went into that. Ronald Roottrees. I think I said last time that, like, the worst part of this game was you seeing how bad at typing I am when you're watching me. The quantum failure. Robert. Roottrees. Yeah, the double T feels really unnatural in a way that doesn't actually make logical sense, but, like, you just always second guess it every time you try to type it. I mean, like, I'm not even sure I'm saying that I dispute the fact that Seinfeld's not popular in the UK. I don't know that I necessarily ever said that, but, like, to have not heard of Seinfeld genuinely seems, like, outrageous to me. only because, like, it is, like, one of the, like, top 3 most known television shows that have ever existed. I mean, like, top 5 are probably, like, Seinfeld, Friends, MASH, Lost, and something else. Like, Sopranos? And that's just, like, off the top of my head. Like, I'm sure that's a highly subjective list, but, like, those... Law and Order would be top 10 for sure. I don't know about top 5. I think it's despite the fact that there's like a million iterations of it and lots of people have seen it, it's still kind of niche in like the broad spectrum of television. And also for the most part, like the average person probably couldn't tell you too much about like Law and Order characters or individual plots or anything. Like I don't think it like has the same retention as other things. Potentially some soap operas, but like again, I think those are niche enough that they don't hit like the same credentials as like those 5. Simpsons for sure would be maybe top 5. Could edge out some of those. Family Guy I think would probably be like 10th out of 10, maybe even like 11. Can anyone immediately think of something that I obviously should have searched for but haven't? Something that we've like looked at today or something? I already got like all these are locked now. That's fine. So this paper is useless. Oh yeah, I forgot I just like have a list of names. It's not extremely useful. I think plugging it into the search box is better. What's the deal with Eloise question mark? What is the deal with Eloise question mark? Diaries or lawsuits? I mean, I don't think that... I mean, like, the diary stuff I've, like, been kind of referring back to. Like, a lot this stream. I think the only lawsuit I really know about is, like, the Roottrees versus RR or whatever. And I still don't have, like, a legal database that'll make that work. Maybe University of Connecticut? I mean, I don't think this game typically... Well, no, it's pretty pedantic. It's a pretty pedantic video game. But, like... Did I spell that wrong? You look at... Does it not even bring up this result if you search for that name? That's unhinged. That doesn't make any sense. This search engine is such fart water. Yeah, that's fine. What about Clark? Due to the lack of a real father, I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. It's more than I can save Clancy. Oh, wait a minute. That context suggests that Eli C. is the Eli who's her brother, which would in turn mean that this dude is Eli M. Because she listed only brothers along with that guy. Now, I have no idea what this dude's occupation is, so screw me anyway. But that's something. And then... I mean, here's the thing. Either one of these could be Edward, and either one of these could be Eli, and then the photos could alternate. But I could potentially brute force this position because I know that James's dad was in advertising if I knew 2 others. I have one, Clark Rafferty, who's set to lock, but I don't think I have another one, right? Like, I have some photos, I have some names, but none of them have everything yet. So wait a minute, is Eloise question mark just like the lady who's been like bringing me illicit material? That would kind of make sense. Actually, Page 1. Stupid root tree motors. What a stupid thing. Catherine Wilkins. I don't have to put Catherine Wilkins down anywhere. Catherine Wilkins has a daughter who is Teresa Roottrees, which means that she married a guy with the name Roottrees. Which actually does kind of narrow stuff down. Although, the photo we have of her is in black and white, so it's from a while ago. So what generation is she in? This one was from... No, this appeared in 96. It's in black and white because it's in a newspaper, and that's how newspaper works, Vasco. So, if this is from like 2 years ago, she's pretty young. So, that'd probably put her, yeah, at like the bottom of the family tree. Could be here. I don't know if she's an only child. Don't really think it's here. They are women, so they probably don't keep the Roottrees name. Huh. I'm surprisingly close to being able to place her. That's pretty weird. Kind of... I think this generation's too old, isn't it? Yeah. So it's gotta be down here. Could be here. I don't think it is. Could potentially be here. I might be off base with my guardianship guess. Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years. It's a family business. All there is to know about her Roottrees Motors parents. I feel like I should be able to find out more about Roottrees Motors. I want meta information. So hang on. I've cleared all the 5 pieces. I'll keep this one that names the generations just as like a reference. Harrison Lane and Wild Bill. I should keep this because of the housewife quote, just to keep that around. The day her grandfather announced. So Clancy said everyone got heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons would take over as president. Right, the 5 pieces, they're all locked in. Nobody's got time for candy. And down to next gens. All right, that's clear. Bob argued at length that the company should stay with our branch since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he was the one who volunteered. We already know who became the president. I don't actually think we need this, but... Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, it was complicated. Clancy swore she saw Sam working alongside the farm hands, E.C. and John. He used to drive past. I still don't know if that's relevant. I'm going to keep that. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. That, I mean, we've got him mostly locked. I have no idea what his job is. I could try looking for like Elias M. Roottrees. Yeah, not shocked. Not shocked. Players all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. That's a little interesting. It doesn't narrow much down. But, you know, it means none of them are like athletes or artists or anything. Although advertising debatable. Zack's not a bad president. He and his His sister seems to be doing a good job of raising the twins. I think that's resolved now, isn't it? Sister, the twins. Yeah, that's good. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have Samantha. Children are eager to help with the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. is the 4th president. The bonus. Gwyneth has the green thumb. Oh, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother! Which means that she's a farmer? With that in mind, I might be able to brute force my way to solving James's dad. So wait a minute though. What was the thing? Should be under meta, right? Clerk's apparent disrespect for marriage. So Eli C stepped up. And James said, wait, yeah. His dad is probably Elias C. Yeah! Oh, good. We locked both of the LaRue photos. Okay. See, like, so you'll often see me get frustrated playing puzzle games because, like, I'll play a puzzle and then, like, find that there's, like, a really frustrating element of it. But, like, a true logic puzzle, like, is deterministically solvable. And so, like, if you keep working it, you will find a solution. So, like, puzzles like this are really satisfying because they can't have some wonky mood mechanic where it's like, by the way, you have to, like, press the button with a wand instead of like pressing the button. So like even though you were doing the correct thing for 20 minutes, the game wouldn't give you credit for it. But like the fact that I solved like basically all of the Elis. And that makes this Edward. Now I have no earthly idea what his job is, or what Clancy Jr.'s job is. Also, it's a slight miracle that I didn't have to change out the photo at all, but I guess the height thing was like meant to be a clue. Yeah, it's tough. The jobs are definitely going to increasingly become the hardest part of this. I'm glad I got this locked down, though. I've really almost, like, solved the entire Samantha Roottrees line. Ooh, and I have, like, basically Laura's whole line done now. That actually feels crazy. Oh, and now I can put the bald picture up. Makes me sad to look at that. What the heck are James's kids? What the heck is, like, Elias M. Roottrees' kid? For the record, you look much better than him. Yeah, I know, I'm giving myself an especially hard time about that. But what's actually really funny about that is, like, earlier I had said, like, this creepy guy is definitely the closest appearing person to me in this game. And then I found like another photo. I was like, nah, this guy is the one who looks most like me. And it's the same guy. It's the same dude. It's interesting. If the presentation of information in this game was different, it would be a much more straightforward thing to resolve. What you're saying is you need to grow a thin mustache? Oh my god, that's like, that, no. No, at all. What I'm saying is I need to grow like a Civil War era like mutton chop mustache. A mutton stash. And then I need those like swirly stereotype nerd anime glasses from the 90s. And I'll wear those all the time along with like a stovetop top hat or whatever. And then I'll finally have found my look. Harry Dubois. I mean, I'm pretty close to Harry Dubois to begin with, yeah? Man, if I knew these two idiots' occupations. Is one of them like clearly older than the other? Let me bring up that photo again. I'm gonna say the swoop hair guy looks older to me. So I'll put him in. Gosh, I wish I had just like a... I mean, I really figured I'd be able to search for the guy with a film school jacket in Starlet, the tabloid about Hollywood. But alas, earwax. If I knew both of their jobs, I'd be really close to brute forcing them. Now you're just describing Snidely Whiplash. Yeah, and I'm saying that Snidely Whiplash is roughly the personal style I should be aiming for. Now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm not even sure that's wrong. This is gonna be tough. What are the Morden names? Caroline Morden. Ooh, I found a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. It's mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned, Caroline, standing next to her sculpture. Atlantis' burden. Is Atlantis' burden legs and feet? This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and Beauty of Women. Oh, guess who can look that up on the library portal? According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. That actually sounds kind of rad, to be honest. That sounds like some legitimate art. I look forward to looking at that in a second. Picture on the front page was added to my evidence. Wasn't that interesting? Need to cross-reference something. Yeah, that's her, isn't it? If there's more than one photo of this woman, that also means I know where she fits on the tree. This one is Caroline. And it turns out that she is an artist. And furthermore, she looks like this. Or alternatively, like this. Which is a little more consistent with the way I have this laid out right now. Library. Ooh, dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Interesting. Okay, mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a full series of colored nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. This game has such a wild sense of humor. I'm really into this stupid garbage. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and her cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men, which makes them sound like housewives. Don't just type the thing you said. Use context clues. So this is... And it would explain why it's harder to find her, and she has lots of kids, and she is the dour-looking one. Got him! What a helpful book. You also logged bald-face. Alright, the lady's back.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation, but I can't reveal everything.
I don't have time to explain or something.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why.
Is this really meant to be hard to understand? Like, she has some complicated history with the family. She knows that she is a blood relation. She wants to be acknowledged because the family's, like, about to do an audit of who deserves money, and she just wants credit for being part of the family because they're the ones who set that precedent of the blood relation or whatever.
It's true, I'm working with lawyers, but not the candy company lawyers, my publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees, especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Interesting.
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on
her
the
story
is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
Interesting. I almost meant to say something about this, but, like, there are certain games where, like Chances Sonar is a great example of this, where, like, you can solve things by brute forcing them, but it really feels like it takes away from the experience of the game. Contrastly, I feel like this is a game that expects, if not entirely demands, that you use process of elimination, which is why I've not been nearly so reticent to, like, try and brute force some of these.
It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need
4
blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake.
I, like, really haven't been using that mechanic, like, at all.
You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
How many does that take? So there are 16 more to get, according to the thing that my face is hiding. Oh. No, this just updated the, like, diary that explains where we're at. Go back to the computer, though. So she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and her cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother. By the way, was I wrong or was I right when I was like, you know, I bet all these women who I don't know what their jobs are, I could probably put housewife and be right most of the time? I mean, She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Who the crap is Dr. Wilson? She calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her... Oh, wait a minute. her brother-in-law. Lisa. That doesn't help somehow. She calls Dr. was completely bogus. Their marriages led them to double down on her passions, art and the environment. She was even married to a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. Okay, weird flex. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father's act to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark, who is not boring and is named Mark Landon, which means that she is not Landon, she's the other Stephanie. Cattrall, which means that her dad is whatever the Cattrall man is. And then how many Landons be there? Is it? That's weird. Oh no, I put that in the wrong place. Landon. Put Mark over here. Which would then mean that this be Stephanie Landon, which makes sense why there's only one of them, and she is a child, so her profession is being a child. And him being not boring in some vague way alludes to the complicated nature of them splitting up and then her adopting the child or whatever. Is there a profession of baby or infant? No, child is student K through 12. Still not sure this is her photo. If I can find a photo. I mean, he doesn't have a photo listed, so I assume the answer is no. It's interesting that there's a photo for her brother-in-law, Dr. whatever his face is. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments of her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. I think that this is a woman. I don't know what her name is, but I think that she's a bohemian woman who had a complicated relationship with a man, rededicated herself to art and the beauty of women, and married a woman. That's what I think happened. Now, it is of some interest. There's only a couple of, like, married that don't have kids at the bottom. Anyway, this was a really good article. I really like... These have not been added to your evidence. I'm just going to save it because it makes me laugh. And it gets a separate page called Teehee Time as an allusion to Wallace and Gromit. I don't probably need this anymore. I know the context of his dad and being in advertising and Clark and all of that. It was very important and it took me too long to sort that out, but whatever. Delete note. Tessa Roottrees is daughter to Catherine Wilkins. What if I do a search for Mark Landon? if I did... Is it marked with a K or marked with a C? Marked with a K. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, Mark Land. Kind of feels like he could be some level of famous. It doesn't seem like that's the case. So maybe he's like, no. I mean, I guess if we're using process of elimination, what are last names that there are like exactly 4 of? Give me the less useful list. I think it's actually more helpful here. Wilson is probably not quite enough. Also, no, wait a minute. No, that should be right, shouldn't it? Because there would be 3 kids. What if I did just like a search for... I mean, unless he's Dr. Phil, this shouldn't work. How? Listen, guys. I've complained multiple times that a search did not give me enough information. It's also the case that if you just put in doctor and a last name, you shouldn't get a specific hit on the internet that's exactly what you want. And yet I've somehow downloaded 2 pieces of evidence. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results. Come on. It's called SEO, but also get lost and drown in a ditch. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. Oh, he is Dr. Phil. Never mind. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. Oh, gross. I don't like that. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. Ooh, 3 children photos. And they have really easy jobs because they're child. 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photo's been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child, Jason, you might suspect was not written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would treat me, my big brother, or my sister. What a needlessly helpful way of framing that. Also, definitely not spoken by a 10-year-old. Okay, hold on. Jason's the middle one. Occupation? Child. Occupation? Child. Occupation? Let me think about it. Child. Now. Close this. Klook. This is Dr. Stephen Wilson. He looks like Josh Duhamel. And then... Yeah, they do look a little held hostage, I'll give you that. So I guess Jason's the youngest. It was kind of... The sentence is a little framed like he's the middle child, but like... Clearly the one who's graduating college doesn't have an older brother. So then Jason is the youngest. And the graduating one seems older than the sister. Steven is the... Yes, the creepy doctor. Who looks like this. I think it's really funny that her sister describes this guy as like a boring husband when he's like, I mean, like creepy or unscrupulous. The soundboard's broken. I don't think I have any control of that. That might be like a trigger fire issue. The Jasons aren't Jasoning. That is a tragedy. But like, there's not anything that I would manually toggle, and people have been able to redeem things with channel points. And yeah, I don't know. Too many Wilsons? I guess she's Gem. I guess is the point here. Something is off. I have like 5 kids that should lock. Now, granted, Stephanie Landon could be the wrong photo. Actually, yeah, I don't know what to make of that, actually. Let me take a look at that photo again. It's annoying that everything moves around. So let's see. The next gens are like this dude and yeah, like Lauren's dad and stuff are the next gens. But people like Carl are already adults here. So this girl who continues to seem out of place, I still don't really have a read on that. Like, I feel like she's gotta be like in this generation with like the sisters, but she would have been like a child, I don't know, like 9 or 10 or whatever in the when was this taken? Just 70s, to say early or late 70s, but like, let's say for the sake of argument the late 70s. So then like she would still be like 30 in the present ish. Yeah, Aldous could be in college. I know I can switch that around. I am trying to just like, yeah, I'm not sure about her, but like this should be, yeah, I guess if 2 of those are wrong, then the 3 of them and Stephanie could still match. Let's at least try that. This is, put this down as Gem. Put this down as other Zach. Put this down as her. Put this down as him. That still doesn't do it? That's concerning. Big brother or my sister? I mean, it certainly doesn't make sense for this tall-looking girl to be the younger sister of the child, Jason. But I feel like everything about this has to be correct. I mean, we know she's married to Mark Landon, and then by process of elimination, the daughter is Stephanie Landon. This might not be Stephanie, but we know that this is a Stephanie, and because she's not Stephanie Landon, she's Stephanie Cattrall, which means that her dad should be Sam Cattrall, And we know that this woman who looks quite a bit like this woman is her daughter, right? Because she's like the only child from that generation. So, where's this from? Nonsense? I'm pretty sure I have the thing I'm looking for copied, but I don't remember where. Stephanie, who is an only child. So, I don't know, man. This lady looks a lot more like her than the only other reasonable only child left for the current time frame. Even though they may both be Stephanie's, I guess I can... try. That's what's happening here. Oh, because I put a woman's name, it only wants to show me the wounds pictures? Is that it? I don't understand how none of those combinations, like, because like 3 of them are right here, even though I don't know their precise order. Oh, you're completely Zach's gotta be a college student, which is and that's on me, which is That's my bad. That's on me. He's obviously graduated. He is wearing a graduation outfit. You are correct, anime. Okay, so what did that lock? Sam and Mark. And that means that this is also Stephanie, which is a weird coincidence, but it happened. They're all locked. I don't know your wife's name. Good God, we made a lot of progress on the left, which like literally we started today and I was like, I got nothing over here. So there's these 2. I'm really surprised that this has taken so long, and I'm actually quite mad about it. I have no idea what ISM Roottrees does. I really don't. I should just put these men down as housewives and hope for the best. So even the confetti cannon's broken now, huh? That's pretty weird. The only thing I can do to fix that kind of breaks the stream a little bit. I think I go to... hold on, give me a second. That might work, but I wouldn't put a lot of stock in it. Wow, it actually worked. But all that does is, like, effectively, like, refresh a background page. So, like, it's still not really something I did. It's just that, like, something broke somewhere along the line. Yeah, hit me with some Jasons. Yeah, that's good. That's good work. I had an idea that is... very good. I had an idea that's really just for me that I was thinking I might implement. We'll see if that comes to pass. I have not been really good about managing my time outside of streams. Yeah, just like kind of do whatever you want for a minute. Let's just celebrate the fact that the sounds are back. It feels like I need to rebalance some of those sounds. Do I have another photo of Bonnie Hudson? Oh, I do have another photo of Bonnie Hudson. What's your wife's name, stupid?
Did
Oh, wait.
somebody say birthday?
Daddy does not approve!
Ole!
Okay. Hey, you know what his wife's name is? Something that ends in Hudson. No, just kidding. I guess she also... Is it Joan Monroe somewhere in here? Stina, Catherine Wilkins. Where's Tessa? Tessa Roottrees. So Tessa Roottrees and Catherine Wilkins are together somewhere. There aren't really that many places that can still go, huh? I think Tessa is too young to go here, which means that, I mean, obviously that can't be the mom. This can't be Tessa. So that means that Tessa has to be one of R.R. Roottrees Sr.'s daughters. I don't know which one, though. She was not born at Hudson. Yeah, no, I know. I got that when I looked for it and it didn't work. But thank you for looking out. How do you read that? A-A-O-E-E-A-O. Oh, let's go put you down as Tessa. Penelope Tessa Green? That's a crazy name. Mechanic? Is that on here? Sure. And then Catherine Wilkins. There should be a photo of her. Just my vowels, they're not a right way per se. That's fair. Now, when you say that's your vowels, is that like giving someone your pronouns? You're just like, these are my vowels. A-A-O-E-E-A-O. I like having a name that's wildly unpronounceable. Honestly, it's a good look. I like it. I want to do a periodic. I have no idea why I'm still streaming, by the way. I just am. Times. Did I already try looking for Catherine? I feel like I did. Catherine Wilkes Booth. Catherine Wilkins. Catharine? Catharine Wilkins? Who wrote this game? Because if you stop, the game dies. I mean, that kind of happened yesterday. Do not try to identifying people through vowels. A farmer can be identified with E-I-E-I-O. There is... This might even still exist. At, like, Universal Studios in Florida, there is or was, like, a Men in Black dark ride where you would have, like, infrared laser shooters to like shoot at aliens. It's like vaguely similar to like the training montage in Men in Black 1, although it's like a different vibe. It's supposed to be telling a different story. And when you're in line for it, there's sort of like a PA system like just running in the background, and it's like doing like simple like audio gags about like being in the Men in Black building. And one of them is just like the woman doing the announcement being like, would agents E-I and O report to some division or something? And it's like, oh, I see what you did there. Because in Men in Black, everyone just has a single letter designation. What the heck is Catherine Wilkins, BT Dubs? I feel like there's gotta be a photo of this crazy lady. Guys, I can't emphasize strongly enough how much I want to sort these two guys out. Like, they were a priority at the start of this stream, And I have, like, basically no new information about them. I would suppose either one of them's a musician. No, I think I already looked them up there. I'm still not convinced this is right, but I'm gonna plug her back in. Who? Hang on. Who is this absolute permed monstrosity? Oh, that's her. That's her. Stephanie Jones for counsel. Right. I mean, I have photos of them, so they're supposed to belong somewhere, yeah? Now, I know at one point in her journal, Lauren said that, like, someone in her branch of the family married someone that you couldn't marry in the South. Maybe that makes her this person? That's plausible. It's not extremely likely, but it does seem plausible. Just given the time frame. Maybe searching for a lawyer will give us a name for a law database. That's some interesting thinking. I don't think the game really rewards very general searches, but like... one of these guys is already a confirmed lawyer. Let's see Edward Roottrees. No, this is the same thing we already found. It didn't name another lawyer that we could potentially look into, and really only gives us that one case name that's kind of hard to find. I really like a good game with like great background music. God, it's late. Why am I still streaming? Is there a law firm? We'll never know. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure no. I feel like I would have searched that. It's the company's lawyer. Family matters are handled internally. University Law School had a guest lecturer talk about Roottrees versus RR in 1994. That's recent. That's not that long ago. What's interesting is, like, you would think that's, like... You would think that the crime is something that'd be easy to look up. But I guess the family covered it up or something? I don't think I spelled that correctly. Because, like, one of the arguments was that the party in question, like, was born out of wedlock. Crimes didn't have as much of a web presence in 94. I mean, we're currently in 98, but I think that's still a valid point where it might not have been, like, filed someplace then. Infidelity? Maybe? Have I done a search for just like Roottrees scandal? Feels like that should be a thing. Divorce? Divorce feels like a softball the game will not give you the time of day for. I mean, like, literally, we've looked up Roottrees whose history mentions divorce. So by the nature of search engine, you should get something. Clancy Trust. We searched the Clancy Trust like pretty thoroughly last time. Like the Clancy Trust is the whole thing about like all blood relatives like shared the money from the Roottree company. And so, like, as long as you have a claim to be a blood relative, you get payment for it, yada, yada, yada. It kind of dead ends once you, like, search that and, like, get the information that we have about the Roottrees versus RR. I still think there's more to be found, but I don't think we currently have the resources to find it. Like, I think you had a good idea to try and, like, obliquely find a way to get a legal resource for, like, periodicals or whatever, but, like, I still don't think we quite have it. I feel like I searched this, but Wilkins Motors? Wilkins Motors. Did we or did we not? Probably have to do this in the... Yeah, we did. We definitely did that search. Hey guys, buddy, welcome to the stream. How you doing? It is interesting that this top secret file is attached to Samantha in particular. Especially because, like, that actually has seemed like, other than the obfuscation about Samantha initially being, like, a certified family member to begin with, this is actually one of the most straightforward branches of the entire family tree. How did we get Roottrees Motors in the first place? Anyone remember? I can't call 555 Fix Her Up and ask them a question at like 11 o'clock at night in game time. Oh, that's funny. Didn't really pay attention to the fact that I could sort these things in this fashion. Show story items, photo items, text items, music items, marketing items. Something from the radio. Was it from the radio? That's wild. What was the radio thing? Exactly. Because it was... I don't think it came from the Roottree curse. How does nothing relevant come up when you search investigative jazz? Karma's doing its job and you sit back and watch the in-law trouble. That sounds good, Ice Bunny. I know enough of the background to know that that level of spite is warranted. Being a petty person, I have no further complaints. So this is Edward Roottree. I don't know a lot about Edward Roottree. I continue to keep saying this, but it remains true. I'm not really sure why I'm still streaming. His father and Grandma Gwen's father were named Edward and Clancy. So you see where my pop's name came from. You probably don't need that anymore. Anytime someone's a junior, they're always the Are there any juniors we haven't accounted for at this point? I don't think so. Not really. Because, like, he is here. Fairly certain that's correct. I don't know why, but I'm pretty... Oh, no, because of that thing that we were just looking at. That, like, the oldest son is the junior. So he should be there, and I just don't know his job. But he's the last junior on the board. So that being true, probably don't need that anymore. Only the 5 pieces... Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I don't think I need that either, right? Mr. Morden, Aunt Gwendolyn. I think that's all I'm getting out of that. So we'll delete that. It's a large number of cursing signatures. Bonnie, Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, right? Gwen M. Gwendolyn. I think that's those two. Eli M. Clark. Hang on. Bring the photo to me. This is this one, yeah? So everyone except Eli M are locked. Okay, that... Oh, and the girl. And the girl. Watch a bunch of people stream this, and it's fascinating how different the past people take are. I mean, absolutely. Any game of this sort is like that. It's interesting. There are a lot of games that have replay value, but a game like this has like rewatch value. Like you could play it for yourself, and then you can like watch other people do it and enjoy that experience. Also, this really old thing mentioned Triple M, and I easily could have done that a while ago, which is embarrassing to discover. There are 4 clues here, according to the intuition that I've never really referenced before, which is wild. God, you can even... It's even right here in the text. Like, that's pretty bad that I didn't. That's bad. Geometry is notable. Lyrics to the song contain no clues. The lyrics to the song contain no clues. Then why are they here? We're rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. What? On down to the city. Saturday night, and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right. Making ends meet to pay rent and eat. We can't afford gas, so we skate in the street. Oh boy. The guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck. Tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling. On down to the city. On wheels we glide, with you by my side. Inflation is rising, but so is our pride. Pick our own fate, make love not hate. They fight overseas, but we'd rather skate. The guys all rush to say I'm pretty. Okay. Politicians at large are hopeless. The bankers in charge are all clowns. But parties sell better than protests. So signs up while we boogie down, 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 down. I concur that there are no clues in there. But then what is it trying to connect me to? The very notion of the intuition system is interesting, because it assumes that the developers of the game have a certain expectation of how all of the clues connect together, which isn't unreasonable, but like some of the clues are real like deep cuts that even though they might lead one player the right way, I could easily imagine being ignored and still not prevent someone from necessarily solving the overall board. I feel like we probably searched this at some point, but maybe we didn't search it in Yon Musical Database, which is literally in the same article, you idiot. Just gives me that really useful article that would have been helpful a while ago. Whoops. Whoopsie. Really should stop streaming soon. It's almost 2. I don't know how that happened. It might not be a bad time to call it, just because, like, it's not really like I'm in the middle of anything, so, like, I'd kind of have to just start from scratch now, anyway. You know what would be a nice, like, quality of life feature for this game? It doesn't, like, break the game or anything. It'd be kind of neat to be able to, like, flag something as, like, uncertain, so you could more reliably, like, plug suspicions in and just, like, flag them to, like, pay close attention to them if other stuff isn't jiving. Like, I don't think that's, like, a huge ask. Yeah, like a question mark pin. And you could even make it, like, a similar field to just, like, a name or whatever, just, like, a corner where you could, like, put a pin or something. And, like, if you click on it, one goes in that's, like, question mark, and you can, like, unhighlight it or whatever. I don't know. We made, like, really good progress here. Like, it was, like, implied it might be possible to finish this today, and I was skeptical of that. And so, like, the fact that we need... What do we need? Like, 3 more sets of 4? Which is everything, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's, like, everything. That's really everything, huh? That's kind of crazy. And it feels like there's a ton of unused names. Yeah, I mean, in the scheme of things, we're pretty close. That is true. Where the heck would Brian and Stephanie Jones go? One more stream for the base game? Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think so. Like, it's, even though I'm not really sure if other people are enjoying this as much as I am, like, I think we're committed enough that it would seem insane to me to be like, all right, guys, good luck figuring out what happened. I'm just going to do these 12 folks by myself. Duck is pretty good at giving gentle hints and getting progressively more direct. I mean, I am glad that that system exists. I personally, for this type of puzzle game, tend to not like to try and employ something like that. Just because, like, logic puzzles are kind of my jam. So, like, if I reach a point where, like, I really can't do the logic puzzle, like, it just bums me out. Yeah, I think I'm close enough. I don't need it. But, like, I appreciate you, like, clarifying what that is. I know Demolition was asking about it. And, like, a game like this for someone who's, like, not as into, like, logic stuff as I am, like, that's a great source. Like, I like a good incremental hint system. If you play adventure games like I do, and I play them on stream a good amount, there's a resource that's been created. I haven't really checked it in a while, called UHS, the Ultimate Hint System. And it's like really good for adventure games where it can be easy to get stuck even if you're good at puzzles, because like sometimes the solutions to puzzles are just ridiculous. And like those are like specifically built to do exactly what you described, where it's sort of like, have you considered that it's nighttime? Is like the first clue, and you're like, what? Like, what does that do for me? And like sometimes that's enough. You're like, oh, of course it's nighttime. And then like eventually it'll be like, because it's nighttime, like you need to get the owl out of hiding, and then it'll spook the mouse or whatever. It's only a couple wild jumps and no spoilers, but it seems like you already got most of them. That's encouraging. I feel like we've done a pretty good job of finding some like relatively obscure stuff. I mean, obviously some of the spouses will continue to be tricky. The occupations will be difficult for people who aren't child. And for me, for an idiot like me, even if they are child, because people graduate to college when they have a graduation hat on. Came up on Sierra Games, and you're absolutely familiar with those nonsense puzzles. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, all right, I think we're gonna leave this. I like this game a lot. Boy, the sync. It's not nearly as bad as yesterday. There's something about the transition for this game that's really rough, though. I'll fix it in post. Thanks for the extended stream. It was probably a bad idea. I genuinely don't know why. I was just like, I mean, my sleep schedule is all messed up. I tried to go to bed early last night and then like basically didn't sleep, and then like tried to sleep this afternoon and slept for like an hour. And like now I'm just like not tired at all. So I don't know. I guess I'll go to bed at like 8 a.m. and just have a bad time. I'm not sure what's going on. But I am enjoying this game. Again, not really sure how other people feel about it, but I like a good logic puzzle. And despite some hurdles, particularly just with like the interface, it's a good one. It's I'd say overall it's like exceeded my expectations based on what little I knew going into it. You're up to like 4 a.m. finishing this game. Yeah, that makes sense. If I felt like I had a lead right now, or that I didn't, I mean, I just feel like I probably got like enough to do another stream on it. So I'm just gonna pick it up next Friday. Next time I have time for a stream. 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, as I've taken to saying. Somewhere in the room behind me, I have hidden some number of Squirtles. If you are able to locate the Squirtles in this fashion, then you will find yourself with an omen of good luck in the coming days. This is why I have this setup. So yeah, take a second. Guess where where Squirtles might be hiding. But yeah, I can definitely imagine like getting into a groove with this game and then just playing it for a really long time, as evidenced by the fact that I've kind of done it. I've sort of just demonstrably done that. All right, we got some good guesses here. So we got coughing, bunny poo, Eve, coughing again, also from Neko, pirate cow. Gotta love that hat. Let's start where I don't have to get up. Wally and Eve, they got themselves a Squirtle. You got Squirtle candy. Ooh, that's... Hey, you know what's fun? I read today that, you know how they're doing a sort of spiritual successor to Legends Arceus? I don't know what the canon pronunciation is. Called like Legends ZA in the XY region, whose name is escaping me. The France zone. I read today that if you pre-order that game from the Pokemon Center website, then they will send you, as a pre-order bonus, a random sitting cutie plush of one of the 3 starters from that game. As far as I know, there is no set date for when they're opening those pre-orders, I'm gonna try. That sounds great. That sounds really neat. Pirate Cow also does not require me to get up. Unfortunately, though, a different Pokemon resides there. It's Sandshrew. And we had guesses both behind coughing and under our Easter poo. But again, a different Pokemon lurks there. It's Pikachu! I think that's all the guesses I saw, right? It's coughing twice. Eve, any of them. So the secret is I did exactly the same thing I did yesterday, which was all the couples had Squirtles. I got you so good. No one even guessed for a second. But you already have the sitting cuties for the Johto starters. That is slightly awkward, but keep in mind you could get Tepig. You have a 1 in 3 chance of getting one you don't have. But like it's been a while since I've seen like a good pre-order bonus. When I read that, I was like, oh dang, I gotta try. That sounds fun. And then it's also just kind of a fun notion that like by getting a randomized starter, you could be like, and then that will be my starter in the game. And they made that choice for me, and it's fun. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna do it for the stream. We're gonna pick this up next week. I imagine, like, I don't know how long it'll take me to try and crack the last ones. Like, even though I think it's doable, I think it could still take, like, at least a couple hours. Just because, like, we're down to it and information's a little sparse. But I think generally the idea is, like, if it takes a little while, then we'll probably just, like, poke our head into the New Game Plus and, like, see what that's like, but probably not aspire to, like, beat it necessarily. And if it's like really short, maybe we'll like do some Balatro, or maybe I'll like figure out what the next thing I'm doing is and just have that ready. But I wouldn't necessarily count on that. Partially just because it's like weird to be like, all right, come expecting Roottrees, but also I might just start an entirely new thing that you might miss out on. Like I don't tend to like to do that. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. Till I do, take care of yourselves and remember that you are Clossum.